Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi mnao.
Kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Sisi vile sio watu ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu, wewe umetukosea.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunakaa kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako.
Nasikia watu wanasema baba ametusaliti. Between baba kutusaliti na sisi kusaliti baba, nani amesaliti mwingine?
Inapeangwa, it mostly goes to foreign ministries. So baba is overqualified for that position.
To build this railways for Africa. So now he's thinking about tumemkataa kama baba wetu.
Unaweza kuwa kuna mtoto ulizaa ukapatia nchi ikuwe inamfanya vile inataka.
Uhuru has been working very hard. Ruto akaenda huko na nguvu. Ruto was never invited in the inauguration.
Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Card Talk.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development.
Tukutane Sound Card Talk.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. We salute each one of you for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is taking place in our country. most of it not so pleasing. Kenyans are at pains from all angles, even as you look at the floods situation, not impressing at all. The government response, on the other hand, wanting in every way. It appears that they have just woken from sleep and were not aware of what would befall the country, and therefore they just, trying to play the salvaging of the situation without any proper plan or prearranged response. Now, this is unlike any government anywhere in the world, and that is why each and every Kenyan need to be a concerned citizen of what is going on in our land, what became of the Kenya we knew, that the government is in charge, we can go to bed and sleep. This one is not in charge at all, and going to bed is no longer a luxury. We all call upon each one of us as Kenyans to rise up and realize the responsibility on our shoulders as far as reclaiming our nation is concerned and getting our act together in ensuring that no incompetent person shall ever be given a leadership responsibility in our land, regardless of the prevailing circumstances. I want to appreciate everybody who is joining from wherever you are. Please make sure that you traditionally respond to our call as usual. Make sure that you are inviting somebody to join as we start the conversation. Thank you, Sound Candy Talk Live, Sound Candy Talk YouTube channels active as we continue to share the link. Facebook, you're waking up. Thank you so much. Please, let's ensure that we share the link widely, invite as many people, for this is one platform where all Kenyans meet on the same framework to air out what they think about what is going on and the probable solution to what bedevils this country. Raila Odinga, the Azimio leader, has weighed on this matter and says the Ruto government is to blame for all that is happening in the country as far as the flooding is concerned, for ignoring expert advice that came well in good time. What's cooking with the Ruto administration? Is it that the expert advice does not matter, or only one mind needs to work in the Kenya Kwanza administration, and therefore no other mind and no other advice counts anything? This is clear by reason of what William Adilo is saying here. He said Kenyans should keep their TV and WhatsApp all night or on course because we do not know what Machogu will announce after midnight. Now, it is rumored that Machogu could not postpone the reopening of the school because it was hard to get through to the William Ruto office in order for him to be cleared to issue that announcement. Now, that's very interesting. We'll be looking at that at length. Is it that why should you be a cabinet secretary in the first place when the decision about your docket can wait until after midnight, simply because you must get through to William Ruto first, and William Ruto should clear you before you announce a postponement of the school? I mean, is there no God have mercy? All I'm out of words, because if you're running a government or you're running an organization, there must be a fallback plan. A fallback plan, you try to get through to me, I am not accessible. But in case this happens, you should use this so that in good time, we can salvage. Now we have students who are away from home, reported to school. School opening has been postponed. They cannot locate their way back home. It is too expensive for them to go back home before they go back to school. All this confusion is born by one dangerous policy by William Ruto that no cabinet secretary should make a decision without being cleared by his office. What was the purpose of appointing one to be a CS? If you do not believe in their competence, if you do not believe in their ability to make sound decisions that will favor your government as well as enhance the progress of the country. And well, this is the backwardness that we are faced with the Ruto administration. And therefore, we all need to wake up and realize that there is nothing good coming from the Ruto administration as far as the progress of this country is concerned. We are in the information age, to cry out loud. I mean, information age. Information age is, how do we begin to wait for 6 hours on the queue that one person has to decide on what happens in the nitty-gritty of every docket in the government? Hi. Even Moi wasn't working like that. All in all, thank you. As we start the conversation, please invite somebody. Thank you, those who are joining Fast and Furious. Sound Country Talk Live is leading. Sound Country Talk pia iko pale. X naona watu wawili watatu wamekuja. Tafadhali watu wa X chukua hatua, hakikisha una retweet that particular link so that many people can join and be part of the conversation. Thank you, our TikTok family. Thank you for joining. Let me see that screen full of the likes as well as those roses, even as we engage as Kenyans on what is up with our country. The poll question tonight we are asking, your take on the same. The poll question we're asking, do you believe Ruto administration is making use of experts' advice? Do you believe the Ruto administration is making use of the experts' advice? So far, 15 votes on Sound Country Talk Live, and all of them are saying no. These ones don't care about what advice you have. They will keep doing it the way they know how, and that is their way. Well, on Sound Country Talk, let me see how voting is. 12 votes already, and all the 12 votes on Sound Country Talk are saying no. So what is bedeviling the Ruto administration? Ignoring expert advice. Asante sana, naomba tafadhali tumakinike, hiyo namba ya watazamaji ifike 100 kwa muda huu. Michael Ngige anasema Ruto must go ASAP no matter what. To say to Manyani prison. Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Hii ishafanywa ruling, hakuna kusikiliza kesi, ishapitishwa, mtu apelekwe Manyani prison. William Adilo, asante sana, anasema Kenyans should keep their TV and WhatsApp all night on cause for because we don't know what Machogu will announce after midnight. Very sad reality. Simba Omar said, thank you so much. Anasema Zakayo, Kenya imemkataa, haimtaki, ana mikosi. Haya, basi mambo ni kama hayo. Dahi Abdi, asante sana kwa kujumika nasi. Esther Stoll, good evening to you. Thank you for being here. Please, let's keep going. Tuni Muhammad, our permanent secretary, thank you so much. Welcome to the show. Wamboi Jacobs, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Anasema Ruto must go. Thank you, everybody. As we start the conversation, that number of viewers is stuck in one place. Let's share the link. Share the link. Invite everybody. Those on TikTok, share that live. Share the live with everybody. Please share it on your profile. Let as many join as we engage on Matters Kenya and Raila Odinga's pronouncement that everything about this flood must be blamed on the doorstep of Ruto and his government for ignoring expert advice that came in good time, that the government needed to put mitigation to safeguard the situation at the moment. I understand Kindiki has now given an order that all the people driving on flooded roads, or rather flooded areas, should be arrested and prosecuted for attempting suicide. I don't know what's going on in this country. Mungu saidia Kenya, Mungu saidia Kenya. Kama hii ndio serikali, basi sisi tumemalizwa. Okay, asante. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike tunapoanza kipindi kwa fujo. Naamini unatupata kwa njia hilo safi. Tuonyeshe, tuambie unatupata ukiwa wapi, unatazama show ukiwa wapi. We need that hapo kwa comment section, so kwa TikTok. Tell us where you're watching from and whether you can get us loud and clear. Kama kuna mushkili, tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tunarekebisha chochote ambacho kinaweza kwenda mrama, ili tumakinike kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna ambacho kinaharibika wakati tuko hapa kufikia kila Mkenya na kumwelimisha kwa mambo mengi tu ambayo yanaendelea. Link ya kutumia kuingia studio nishaweka hapo comment section. Wote wakereketwa, kina msimamo, kina nani huyu, mtu wa Busia Undumani na wengine wote, tafadhali tumakinike tuingie studio tukajadili. Samahani tumeanza kuchelewa, kumenyesha Nairobi kama kawaida of course, na kukinyesha basi stima inaenanga kwao, na tunaishi kwa favor. Kama wame tu favor watarudisha kwa wakati, wasiporudisha kwa wakati tutajifunza kusubiri mpaka wafike. Lakini nashukuru tuko hapa na wakati mwafaka wa kumakinika katika mjadala wetu tunapoangazia Raila blames Ruto for ignoring the Ruto government for ignoring expert advice, and then of course Ruto gives 48 hours order everybody who is in the flood risky area to evacuate and move from the place. And then of course the death toll as far as the government is concerned is still at 169. That is government report, but I'm sure on the ground the story is different, because in Maimayo only we are talking of lives that are endangered, close to 300. So it appears that the number of victims will be higher than what the government is actually reporting. And so I'm calling upon each one of us to ensure that we are... Mbona namba ya watazamaji ipande? Kwani kuna nini? Karibisha mtu, Sound Candy Talk, let's work hard. Facebook, watu wawili, naomba tumakinike. Watu wa X, sijui kunaendaje, naomba tumakinike, tukaribishane. Tunapoanza kipindi kwa fujo, naamini unatupata. Na nimesema utuambie unatupata ukiwa wapi. TikTok, tell us kwa comments hapo. Sure, tell us, let's know where you are watching from. Just a note there will help a great deal. And of course, I need those likes on the TikTok, even as we engage. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the roses. Please tumakinike tunapoendelea. Basi moja kwa moja tumsikilize Raila Odinga na ujumbe wake kwa Wakenya kuhusu masuala haya. Alafu Kalonzo pia amezungumza swala hilo kwamba wale wa kubeba msalaba ama lawama kwa ajili ya haya mambo yote ambayo imewakumba Wakenya kutokana na mafuriko ni serikali ya William Ruto, kwa sababu walipoonywa hawakutilia maanani maonyo ya wataalam wa hali ya hewa.
Huku hayo yakijiri, kinara wa upinzani Raila Odinga amesema kuwa serikali ya Rais William Ruto inafaa kulaumiwa kwa kukosa kuweka mikakati kabambe ya kuzuia maafa yanayoendelea kushuhudiwa kutokana na mafuriko. Raila amesema kwamba idara zinazotabiri hali ya anga tayari zilikuwa zishaonya serikali kuhusu hali inayoshuhudiwa sasa hivi, na kwamba serikali ndio haikujiandaa ipasavyo. Mwanahabari David Mudhoka anaarifu zaidi.
Kwa zaidi ya wiki mbili sasa, taifa limeshuhudia gharika isiyo na kifani kutokana na mvua. Kulingana na data ya serikali, Watu zaidi ya 169 kufikia sasa wamefariki baada ya kusombwa na mafuriko. Watu wengine zaidi ya 30,000 wamefurushwa na mafuriko haya, huku mali yenye thamani kubwa mno ikiharibiwa. Ila kinara wa upinzani Raila Odinga sasa anasema kuwa maafa haya hayangetukia endapo serikali ya Rais William Ruto ingejiandaa ipasavyo. Kwenye taarifa kwa Wakenya, Raila amesema kuwa idara ya hali ya anga ilibashiri mapema na visahihi kuwa taifa lingeshuhudia mvua kubwa kupita kiasi msimu huu, ila serikali haikuweka mikakati kabambe ya kukinga Wakenya dhidi ya madhara ya mafuriko. Raila aliongeza kuwa serikali imekuwa kwenye mstari wa mbele ikiongea kila mara kuhusu kubadilika kwa hali ya anga maarufu kama climate change, na wakati athari za mabadiliko haya zinapotukia, serikali inapatikana ikiwa haijajiandaa kivyovyote vile. Raila aidha amerai wafuasi wa upinzani kusaidia waathiriwa kwa chochote kile, ikiwemo misaada ya kifedha, haswa kwa shirika la Red Cross linaloendesha shughuli za uokozi na kutunza waathiriwa wa mafuriko. Ujumbe wa Raila ulijiri saa chache baada ya ujumbe wake Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta kuhusu mafuriko yanayoshuhudiwa. Kwenye ujumbe wake, Uhuru aliwarai madaktari walio kwenye mgomo kujitokeza na kuwatibu Wakenya waliojeruhiwa kwenye mafuriko. Uhuru aidha aliahidi kuwa atachanga shilingi milioni 2 kwa shirika la Red Cross. David Muthoka, KTN News, Nairobi.
Mambo ni kama hayo. Ujumbe wa Raila Odinga na Uhuru Kenyatta kwa Wakenya katika hali ngumu ya mafuriko ambayo yamekumba nchi hii, na yote wanasema sababu ni kutotilia maanani maagizo ya wataalam wa hali ya anga. Na kuna swala hapo ambalo Raila amezungumzia. Ukiangalia dunia nzima, tuseme katika bara la Afrika, the face of climate change is William Ruto. The preacher of climate change mitigation is William Ruto. I think he's even bearing the brand. He should be the brand ambassador of climate change in terms of his flowery speeches, and of course in honor and praise of his masters. And when it comes to articulation, implementation, preparedness, from the same issues he's been preaching around the world, he falls the victim completely. So which is which? Is this not what my late former member of parliament, Newton Kulundu, says? We preach water and drink wine. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is William Ruto for you. He can tell you anything you want to hear and put it in so well articulated expressions. But when it comes to implementation, it's a whole different ball game. So the issue here is which is which. Why is the country failing when we are the ambassadors of climate change? Why are we victims of climate change when we are the ones who have gone around the country, around the world, sensitizing the rest of the world on global warming, and then, of course, getting mitigation or getting funded for those, what Yoweri Museveni, the president of Uganda, called nonsense meetings of sitting around and taking tea and mandazi, discussing nothing in terms of helping the commoners in our various countries, especially in Africa. And I tend to share the same sentiments. What is the use of having red carpet tea moments of discussing nonsense when we need to be on the ground salvaging our people, safeguarding our people, and ensuring that our environment is secured against the harsh climate change? This ought not to be the case. And so I call upon each one of us, even as we start the conversation, tafadhali karibisha mtu. I'm happy please as we continue. Thank you Sound Candy Talk Live. Thank you Sound Candy Talk. Tunaendelea vizuri. Facebook naona watu wameanza kuingia. X pia naona tunapanda. Tafadhali tumakinike. TikTok naona huko screen haijachafuka. Kuna nini? Weka hizo likes tafadhali. You are free to like as many times as you are free to. Please let's do that. Let's do that. Hizo likes zipande tafadhali. Nakaribisha mtu share na tuambie unatupata ukiwa wapi. Haswa watu wa TikTok tungependa kujua where are we being got and how are you finding our program. Just if you have your blame, your question, your compliment, put it in the comment section and we'll be able to respond where necessary. Otherwise, let's be on the forefront. This country is ours and we must be on the forefront in salvaging it. William Ruto, no doubt, is leading this country astray in terms of making even the government look bad, look ugly. We just watched Murkomen, the CS for transport, on television, you know, saying things that are unheard of. You try to say that in the Moi administration, hautamaliza show. By the time unamaliza show, your bodyguard is gone, your that's one thing I you know, we remember Moi for. You know, you would be on you'll be on 1 o'clock news as a cabinet secretary or whatever, as a minister for health, and by the time you descend down, you are no longer a minister. This ought not to be the case. And Mukomeni says the leakage at the airport is nothing, and it's just a small section of the airport that is leaking, and they are building a vast, bigger one. How does that now make sense? All in all, let's engage. Thank you everybody. Please tumia hii link wala ambao mnaingia studio tukajadili masuala haya kwa kina. Naamini kwamba tuko pamoja na tuna endelea kujadili kwa sababu tunaamini nchi hii itapona tu wakati wa Kenya wataamka na kusema enough is enough. Kukumbusha tu, madaktari pia wamesimama kidede, wanasema basi kama hamtaki kufuata sheria na sisi tutakaa nje mpaka siku ile mtakubali. And then now to make the situation worse, the rest of the unions, as far as their relationship with the health department or the healthcare service is concerned, are joining the doctors in the strike and are saying if you cannot honor the CBO, by the doctors, and then we know it is setting a precedence for you to ignore the rest of the CBOs that have been reached and arrived at through thorough negotiation between the government and other unions. And so we are yet to see Maandamano, the mother of all Maandamano, to hit this country. The teachers are warming up, the lecturers are warming up. The next thing I think you will see, even the unionized whatever discipline forces joining the strike, because the way William Ruto is handling this thing is putting too much on his plate than he is able to chew. Karibu kila moja, naomba tafadhali tumakinike. Karibisha mtu alafu ingia studio. Tumia your link ingia studio. Namuona nani? Jared Nambuya Achero watching from Watamu. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Steve Mtumbu. Morning to you. Tumefika. Karibuni. Asante sana. Nani huyu mwingine hapa? Okay. All right. Thank you. I can see Mr. Wangira is here. So tunaanza kwa fujo, na nini unatupata kwa njia iliyo safi. Kama kuna mushkili tuambie, tutarekebisha. Ni kama sheria tutakuwa hapa kuhakikisha kwamba ukweli wa mambo unaendelea. Kwa hivyo serikali ya William Ruto should be blamed for everything that is happening in the country, and they should not be shifting blame. And then of course for refusing to act on expert advice. And that's what constitute our poll question tonight. Do you think William Ruto is and his administration are making use of the expert advice? Just before I bring in Mr. Wangira, let's hear what Kalonzo has said on the same, and then we can switch gears.
Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka has faulted the government for its slow response to the Meteorological Department warnings of heavy rainfall in the country. Kalonzo has decried the government's inability to give clear guidelines on human evacuations in affected areas in what he terms as duplication of efforts by leaders in the country. He warns that if the government does not learn from its past mistakes, then more Kenyans are at risk of losing their lives and property.
We have to deal with the emergency of never learning. That in itself is an emergency. We don't seem to learn from mistakes that have been committed. The weathermen had predicted and they said it, there's a problem. And this government is simply unable to know how to handle the situation.
The enormity of the disorganization in this government. This is very, very worrying. And we must also, as Kenyans, start asking ourselves, where did the rain start beating us? And I think the rain started beating us when none other than William Ruto himself stated that there will be no El Nino. In spite of there having been very clear advice from the experts. So my first advice to this government would be, listen to the experts.
Okay, huyo ni Eugene Wamalwa anasema kama ana ushauri wowote kwa serikali ya Ruto, waanze kusikiliza wataalam. Na kila serikali huwa inafaulu tu kwa mujibu wa kutekeleza ushauri wa wataalam. Hakuna rais ambaye anajua kila kitu na hakuna kiongozi yeyote ambaye anajitegemea yeye peke yake kutekeleza wajibu wa uongozi. Ili litakuwa taifa la kwanza kuongozwa na mtu mmoja ambaye haruhusu watu wengine wafikirie wala wamshauri kwa lolote lile. Kama tuhuma ambazo zinaendelea State House ni kweli kwamba Machogu alikuwa ameamua kufunga shule kwa wakati, lakini hakuruhusiwa mpaka apige simu, aulize, akubaliwe ndio atoe tangazo. Hey! Mr. Wangira, how are you today?
Oh, I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm good. Karibu, your volume is a bit low. Increase it, kiasi.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes, but I think I'll hear you better without those headphones.
Can you hear me?
Excellent. Now you can be heard everywhere. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. First, let me just say hi to my brother Steve there. You know, in this country called Kenya, the Republic of Kenya, you know, there is this tendency of, elevating politics over professionalism. There's also that tendency of treating professionals with the contempt. And that's why, you'll hear people like Wakina Moses Kuria telling doctors that so long as I am the minister, the intern doctors will never see 206,000 shillings. That's how politicians treat professionals in this country. For example, today, the Council of Governors was supposed to appear before the Joint Parliamentary Committee, Madam Waiguru and the chair of the Health Committee in the Council of Governors, who is the Tharaka Nithi governor. But they did not go. They never appeared. That's how casually our politicians, treat things. Bernard, the weatherman did his work. He forewarned the nation that, we were likely to experience, heavy downpour. He forewarned that we were likely to experience a heavy downpour. So, what we're experiencing, Bernard, is not out of the blues. It's something that the country had been forewarned about. But, we are told that, I can inform you but what you do with the information is up to you, Bernard. So, you know, the weatherman forewarned the government, and, you know, it was up to the government to decide with what to do with the information. But, you know, unfortunately, the government went to slumber. They never did anything. They assumed that, you know, perhaps, you know, and, you know, this thing is even within we as ordinary people. There are many times, even on the street, where I've had people, you know, anytime the weatherman says there will be El Nino, ordinary people who know nothing about weather, contradicting the weatherman and saying that, you know, hakuna ukweli hapo, hakuna ukweli hapo. You know, there is this tendency, even among we ordinary people, of treating professional information with a lot of casualness, Bernard, with what I say contempt. I remember even during COVID, the COVID period, people were being forewarned, and many of them were so casual in the manner that, you know, they were handling, you know, the information around COVID. It's just that God loves Africa, that we were not hit the way perhaps Italy was hit, the way perhaps India was hit. Because if we were to be hit the way Italy was hit or the way India was hit during COVID-19, millions of Africans could have died, because, you know, Africans by nature, you know, we are casual in the manner that we handle issues, you know. You know, we don't take things with the seriousness that it deserves. And, you know, this translates even to the government, that, you know, you have been forewarned that, you know, we are likely to have a heavy downpour. And, you know, you don't take any action up to the last minute. I've seen a statement by I think William Ruto, who has said that, you know, Dubai has experienced heavy rain. He has also said that Tanzania has also experienced heavy rain. You know, I don't dispute that fact. You know, there was heavy rain in Dubai, true. There is heavy rain in Tanzania, true. But, you know, we want to know, how are Tanzanians handling their situations compared to Kenya? How is Dubai handling its situation compared to Kenya? Because, you know, how you handle the situation is what matters. You know, you could be suffering the same predicament, but, you know, what would separate A from B is how, you know, you handle that predicament. You know, unfortunately, in this country, you know, it has been business as usual, you know, ignoring professional advice, treating it with contempt, you know, assuming that it does not exist. And, you know, we have a cool weatherman, you know, that guy, the director of the meteorological department, you know, is a cool guy. Perhaps he's the manner that he speaks, you know, if you are soft speaking person in this country, you know, people will not take you seriously. You know, he's a professional, yes, but, you know, he speaks very softly. And, you know, if you are a soft speaker in this country, many people will tend to ignore you. And perhaps that could be the reason why, you know, his advice was ignored, because he's a soft speaker. And now look at the consequences, Bernard. The consequences are dire. The consequences are dire, because we are talking of nearly 200 people dead. Other numbers are saying 300 people dead. You know, properties worth millions of shillings were destroyed. You know, some homes, some families will never recover in a very, very long time. And it's because people never took the precautions that they were supposed to have taken. Bernard, I've listened to the statement by Raila Odinga, the statement by Kalonzo Musyoka, which is their statements are similar. They are saying in the action that, you know, the government was forewarned, but, you know, the government seemed to have done nothing about you know, the information they got from the weatherman. And, you know, this evening I watched the weatherman speaking, and, you know, he told us that, you know, the situation is likely to continue in the entire month of May. And he has been very, very clear that on Thursday, which is tomorrow, and Friday, which is tomorrow but one, I'm saying tomorrow because we are past midnight. So Thursday, which is tomorrow, and Friday, which is tomorrow but one, we are likely to experience heavy downpours, especially in Nairobi. What are we doing? Are we preparing ourselves, Bernard, that, you know, Thursday and Friday things could be worse in terms of the amount of rainfall that could be received in Nairobi? Are we preparing ourselves, Bernard? You know, we are so reactive. Instead of being proactive, we are so reactive as a country. You know, something happens in my Matthew, then you see the entire government running to my Matthew, you know, some flying in their choppers, Bernard. Then they wait for another incident to occur. Then you see the entire government running to that particular end. Instead of being proactive, we are always reacting. Reacting to situation. And you know, even in your family, Bernard, if you are a man who only reacts instead of being proactive, for example, let me use this as an example. If your father, who was told that schools were going to open in May, and you did nothing, and you have waited for May to arrive, and then you are now trying to run up and down to see whether you can get a coin or two to take your kids to school, then you know you are a confused person. You know, you are not the person that we should call a father. So even at the national level, some of the leadership that we have, you know, is a confused set of leadership. You know, people have been advised, they don't take serious the information they are given. You know, they are not advising the citizens accordingly. And you know, what are we ending up with? The scenario that we are in, Bernard. You know, yesterday I heard that over 30 counties, Bernard, over 30 counties have been affected by this flood thing. Over 30 counties. Over 30 counties are, I believe around 2/3 of this country has been affected. So for the 2/3 of this country to be affected, where were you as the government? Where were you? In other countries, Bernard, you know, in other civilized jurisdictions, what I call civilized jurisdictions, Bernard, William Samoei Ruto could have resigned. If it was a civilized jurisdiction, he could have resigned, because you don't lose 200 people and then it becomes business as usual. He could have resigned. If it was India, he could have resigned. But you know, we are in Africa, and we were told that in Africa, I rather die than resign, you know. Then you don't expect anybody to resign in Africa. You don't expect anybody to resign. However bad he's performing, you cannot expect him to resign, Bernard. But you know, it's a very sad situation. It's so dire that, you know, I feel for people who have been affected by this this flood disaster, the tragedy that we are having in form of floods. You know, I feel for them personally. I might be safe where I'm seated, but you know, I know that there are thousands of Kenyans who are suffering. But people to this night who don't have a place where to even sleep, where to even lay their body, Bernard, because of the circumstances that they have found themselves in. And who do we blame? We blame the government that we elected, whether you voted for that government or whether you voted for it or never voted for it. Immediately it is declared the government of the day. It's assumed that you elected it. So every Kenyan elected this government. So it's up to this government to ensure that, you know, every Kenyan is safe, every Kenyan is taken good care of. But unfortunately, you know, I don't seem to be seeing them doing much, you know. I don't see them doing much. I don't see them doing much, unfortunately. And, you know, perhaps, Bernard, we need to go we need to go down to our knees and pray to Jehovah God that perhaps, you know, he reduces the amount of rains that should fall on this land called Kenya. Because if we continue continue receiving heavy rains, Bernard, then the situation.
God has not sent you to talk. Yeah, please.
Order, Stephen. Stephen, you're out of order. Stephen, ngoja kwanza tafadhali. Let's not ngoja kwanza wewe. Bwana Stephen, you need to lay hold on yourself. If you have an interjection, you lift your hand. If you are allowed, you do that. If there is a point, note it down. That's why I appreciate you when you sit there with your notebook and pen, so that you note down whatever issue that you will interject. But when somebody speaking and you unmute, you create noise and confuse the viewers. And our conversation here is not as important as the people viewing. The people viewing should make sense of what we are saying. That's the whole essence of our being here. And for that sense to be established, there must be clear order. Let one person finish, then the other one comes in. Thank you. Mr. Wangira, conclude so that Stephen can come in.
Okay, let me just conclude so that I allow him to come in. I was saying that because of the situation in which we are in, and you as the man of God, the man of the cloth, Bernard, you need to go on your knees and ask God to reduce the amount of rain that are being received in this country. Because if the rains continue being what we are seeing, then we are likely to be in more trouble as the people of the Republic of Kenya. Let me just leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Wangila. Your prayer request is considered, but don't forget that during Noah's time, Noah warned people waingie kwa safina, kutakuwa mvua. Kuna wale walipuuza kabisa, ni watu 8 tu walikubali kuingia kwa safina. So baadaye kukaanza kunyesha. Haya, wakaswim wakafikia safina, wafungue. Haya, Noah akasema nimesikia kilio lakini kifunguu sina. mwenye alifungulia mvua alifunga safina na kaenda na ufunguo. So hata nifanyeje? Ninyi mtajipanga. Kile nachosema ni kwamba when we are warned and we don't take heed to the warnings and we are at consequence level, it becomes very difficult to reverse that order. That's why warnings are given ahead of time if we take proper mitigation. Like what happened to the money that was collected for El Nino? What happened to the dams that were to be dug to harvest the water? Okay, if those dams were put in proper places, led by the experts, we will not be suffering all these things. And one thing that I want to be very economical with in terms of supporting your approach of prayer, I tend to believe that one of the unmaking of the Ruto administration is Ruto staying in office and banking on prayer to run the country. Instead of him deploying the experts that Uhuru Kenyatta worked with, that the previous regime worked with, he's always gathering his false prophets together with his wife to pray about what he should be solving. Prayer is useless when God's ways are neglected. When God tells you what to do and you choose not to do it, then you wait for the consequences. And so what you are suffering, in my understanding, is consequences. And I don't think there is any prophetic prayer can reverse this. We must all get our act together. When we talked about building on Periria, wherever the waterways, what did the politicians say? Waititu is on record. Sema kama mtu amejenga nyumba ni expensive, apewe gharama ya kudivert river. So the river is looking for its way. Let's see how much money you will spend in protecting your house from the river that is angry with you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, please, let's keep inviting somebody. Let the number of viewers increase. Thank you so much. Sound Candy Talk Live. We are all at par. Let's keep inviting. Facebook ndio hapo kuna mushkili kidogo. X tunaendelea vizuri. TikTok mnaambii mna watch mkiwa wapi? TikTok niambie mna watch mkiwa wapi hapo kwa comments. Sema nimeambiwa hapa kuna wale wako Watamu, wako Mahio, wengine wako wapi. Naomba tu tafadhali utujulishe unatupata ukiwa wapi ili tujue tunafika kiwango gani katika matangazo yetu, na kama unaelewa kile kinachoendelea ama ushiki chochote, tungependa pia kujua. Asante sana. Tumlete Steve naye achangie masuala haya kabla tulete video nyingine. Steven, check.
Thank you, Bernard. Bernard, what is happening in Kenya? Me, I'm in UK. I can't believe it. It's full of society. No morals in society. The one you tell me is this one here. Yani Kenya should be governed with normality. Yeah, because we have people there. Kenya, we have people who matter, like you, Bernard. We are not going to say that and to pray for rain. No. Be a leader. Ruto, I don't like Ruto. These things was created by his wife, Rachel Ruto. Let them bear their brats, called brats, because me, I know English. But our children in Kenya should not suffer because of Ruto. Ruto has to be taken out in power. As we know power, how it works. That Ruto there, why not sitting in the office in there? State House. Where? Why not sitting there? He's a thief. He's a liar. Me when I come there, on 8 hour only to Kenya. 8 hour. I will ask Ruto. Me, I gave them what is called it's called what the books. Because I worked in the northern Kenya, that area. 1998. I gave them what is called preparedness. 1. Early warning system. 2nd, I wrote them with my name. You can see them. Another one, I give them, please, all these people, they are Kenyan. We need them. Can you translate what I give you in the statutes? So Kenya should have what is called preparedness. There's one in today. I was just seeing people at the big at the head of states. You had what? People are dying. And Ruto was there. I saw Ruto there. You are head of states, and people are dying. They are laughing at you. Like you come to my home, you visit me, Bernard. People are dying somewhere else. No, at my home, Kenya. Migori, me, I come from Migori. Imagine, you are talking, I don't know, that people, they want just to soothe the English. Me, I told them, this international aid, it does not belong to Africa. I'm telling you today, international aid, we refuse it here in UK. I'll refuse it even if I come to Kenya. I'll refuse it because they come with condition. I don't like it. Those are the things. So it's okay, all these things happening. Yeah, because those monies were neglected. You remember the Zimbabwe story. Zimbabwe, if you know. Zimbabwe. Yeah, they bring something called international aid assistance. Now it is association. I tell them we don't want those nonsense in Africa. We don't like it. Confuse them. So when these people got aid in Zimbabwe, they started to misbehave with that money. and then also they took copper from Zimbabwe, from Africa. This is a real story. Read me. We don't want anything to call international development aid. No wonder they are putting at the World Bank. Me and my UN at the World Bank, India. How can India decide for Africa? Surely, if you are clever. How can India decide for Africa? This is a Ruto thing. This Ruto will destroy this Ruto. Whether it will take me, no nonsense. Ruto, his policy is not working. This kind of thing at your World Bank, IMF, those are con men. True story. Yeah, if you don't know me. Those are true story. Con men. They're conning Africa. Me, what I'll do, I'll go there. I know where their embassy is in Kenya. I close those embassies. I closed the one in Libya. You remember when I was in University of Nairobi? And I tiered money from Moi. Hey, boss, I'm a power boss. I'm a big power.
Okay, Bwana Stephen. Conclude, please.
Okay. What I'm concluding is this: Western ideology cannot be in Africa. Never. I've refused.
Okay, thank you.
Western
Thank you.
Cannot be in Africa.
No. We're coming back to you later. Asante sana. Mabibi na mabwana, na washukuru kila mmoja tunapojiunga na mjadala wa usiku wa leo ama asubuhi ya leo kwa wale ambao mko East Africa. Naamini kwamba tutakapo afikiana katika mazungumzo yetu na tufanye uamuzi ambao unafaa, nchi yetu itapona. Na hapa leo tunazungumzia suala la William Ruto kutoa amri kwamba wote ambao wako sehemu ambayo ina mafuriko wana masaa 48 kuhama. Shida pa kuhamia akusema. Kisha Raila Odinga na Kalonzo Musyoka wanasema lawama ya maafa haya yote yawekwe juu ya Ruto na serikali yake, kwa sababu wataalam walitoa maonyo mapema tu, lakini maonyo yao ikapuuzwa, na sasa hivi serikali imepatikana pasipo. Haya, na kuomba tafadhali makinika, karibisha mtu, share link, alafu hapo kwa comment tuambie tu unatupata ukiwa wapi. We need to know where our followership is coming from, and then of course we want to salute each one of you. And just as a quick reminder also, we are still paying our bills, therefore let's respond as soon as possible. Today is already Labor Day, and happy Labor Day for all of you, and sad Labor Day for those being taxed for housing and everything else that the law does not permit. All in all,
I'll pay.
It's okay. Relax, Stephen. Wewe inaonekana standing orders nitakupatia tutor. Reverend Lala na kupatia mwanafunzi anaitwa Stephen. Ukamuulize, umfundishe standing orders za hapa. Aelewe wakati wa kuongea na wakati wa kutoongea. All in all, asante. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike, tukaribishane, tufundishane na tuhimizane katika mambo haya. Na pole kwa wote ambao wamekumbwa na misiba na maafa ya aina yote kutokana na mafuriko haya. Tafadhali move to safety if you can. Don't wait until it's too late. Usingoje KDF, usingoje William Ruto hakuji. Kuna picha fulani ilikuwa na Wangira. Wangira, ningependa kuona hiyo picha. Nimeiona kwa profile ya Wangira ya Facebook, ambako it is sad. Nani huyu? Kashagwa ako kwa chopa anaangalia mafuriko hivi kwa dirisha. Yani, I don't know. Reverend Lala, please take it.
Good to see you, Bernard, Njiru, and Steve, na Wakenya wenzangu na marafiki who are in the background or watching, wherever you are. It's another day that God has given us to make a difference, to make a change. And change is the key word. All of us were created and put here on earth to make a change, a positive change. And so if I'm not making one, if you're not making one, then clearly you're not living your purpose here on earth. If all we do is to watch and then emotionally be involved and feel sad and cry and that's all we do, then we are not really living God's purpose, but for all of us, for each one of us. You can't watch and see what's going on in Kenya and as a human being not feel the pain, the anger, the fear, the rage, the anxiety, the feeling of letdown that those scenes bring to us. Unless we have grown so dull in our thinking, the Bible talks of the seared conscience. They come to the point where we don't listen. In fact, the Bible talks of the word apostate. Apostate is a place of no return. Almost, even the blood of Christ, you're almost giving you up, almost. Sin against the Holy Spirit. So I think as human beings, when we come to a forum such as this one, it is for us to understand our purpose and why God allow us to have even this channel, these scenes, to bring us this message, this news. I believe God wants us to be the positive change that the world, that Kenya need at the moment. I want us to think back to a scene a year ago or 2 years ago, a place called Shakahola. And Shakahola we watched in horror what had happened to Kenyans. And if we are honest with ourselves and willing to look at what really happened in Shakahola to people that are like us, they were Kenyans, intelligent, went to school. Some of them had good jobs, or they were mentally okay. This one, normal Kenyans. And they were lied to that if you come to Shakahola, there's going to be a government, a system that will take care of you, that will bring Christ in that area to walk with you, that you're going to get love that you never had before. And so people left because they had been promised something. And when they went there, the promise, first of all, they were lured to a place where it is hard to run out. They began to control your movement, your space, spiritually. You were caught. And then the abuse, which resulted in starvation, one of the worst form of death. And then if you don't die quickly, they beat you, and others, your job is to bury other people, the trauma, and children were here. And Kenyans were dying in large numbers. And the leader was supposed to be a man of God, the one who hears the voice of God, the vicar of Christ. In other words, you can't hear God except through him. And he lied, brought people in, lured them with charming words to abuse them. Let's look at that scene and compare it to Kenya. Kenyans were in need of a change. They wanted the economy to grow after COVID. Things were not very good. And of course, this man and his men and women called Ruto and his team, UDA, Kenya Kwisha, Kenya Kwanza, whatever you want to call them, they were able to convince many people. And because they were doing such a good job, the craftiness convincing people, got some money from, I don't know, drug money somewhere or the stolen money somewhere, dishing out to churches. They were able to do exactly what Shakahola leader did. There's no difference. Exactly. And so people started believing them. So when they lie that they won, some people didn't even know that they didn't win, but because they had dug deeper into the church, which could have been a resistance, against them, they were able to lie to Kenyans and took over the government. And then from that day, I can see Mackenzie. This is now political, this way economical, this other ways. The very thing that took place in Shakahola. And now we see the disaster, which in my mind, I do believe is God's way to wake us up as Kenyans. You see, when you have a government, you pay taxes because you believe this government will plan, use all the best means to inform them on what best way to plan, organize, strategize for the nation as a whole, so that we can leap forward, become a nation that is prosperous, and retain or maintain or move to the first place. Because like a team, we hire coaches because we believe they're tacticians. They'll use their gift, knowledge that they have of the training to impact the players to do better. So the government is in office not to kill people, not to destroy lives, but to think and plan for all of us. That's why we hire this government. That's why we pay taxes to it. Now look at what is going on. Look at the disaster. The disaster, flood is flood, and it is always not easy to manage. And that's why the government is there to plan ahead. These are the things that keep them awake, thinking and planning and strategizing and organizing the sources, resources, and everything else. So when something like this happens, we are ready. But what we see is really a Shakahola, just the opposite. I look at the planning, I look at what is going on. They are not using disaster management 101. And I said it yesterday. None of that is being operationalized. And the strategies are there. Tukona, Mpango.
Ruto killed them. Ruto killed them.
Okay. So here is Shakahola. which of course I think Stephen has mentioned, clearly here. So whatever we see here is not what we pay our taxes to do. Whoever is moving out there is not the one that we assumed would be doing what they are doing, moving around, depleting our resources, at the same time killing us, as Stephen stated, because the number of people that are dead, and I'm talking because I'm comparing what they did in Dubai, okay? What they did in Dubai, okay? And just to manage the impact of that flooding, okay? And no one, I don't think anybody died. I think that Gelman told me, I don't think if one or two people here, but they were able to mitigate that disaster constructively, and the country's intact, and they are continuing to do the right things, new homes, restoring power and confidence. So people are looking at a place like Dubai and then comparing it to Kenya, where things are in disarray. And then we expect an economic growth. We expect people to have trust to build in Kenya, okay? We expect people to recoup whatever their investment in Kenya. They are not coming. This is damaging to our own idea of economic prosperity and development and new investors. They are not coming. I was yesterday in a wedding. High, I would call it, high powered on Sunday. And I met shakers and movers, in the US, okay, and all over the world. Actually, they flew from different places. Even I met the guy from Dubai and others. They flew from everywhere. These are high people. The guy who was, a wedding that I attended, there was a general in the US military, and now he's a senior vice president of Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. And so this was a great guy. And by the way, he had taken him to Kenya. He had visited Kenya. Okay, he had come home. But what they were talking about, just listen to the discussion, it's almost like it's a place that you try to avoid. It's almost like Kenya is completely gone. And when they're asking me, what are you doing? This is why this man took me aside to tell me what Dubai has done. He's even sent me a video and the different activities, some of the plan that they have there to restore their economy and confidence in the country and everything else. While Ruto,
boss, stop it. Stop it. No. Don't say Kenya is not a country. I don't like that. I cannot chew that. Sorry about that.
It's very sad. So I think I'll stop here. But Bernard, based on what we see, confidence in the nation is eroding very fast, which means we are in for a tough time. With the rain, this is something that should have made us work together, forget about different things and do things the right way, but actually simply exposed how rotten we are as a nation, which is really sad. And so that's what I like to say, and I'll share with you, just a picture where I was yesterday. Okay.
Okay.
Take care.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Reverend Lala. We appreciate that. And I don't think there is any harm in comparing what's happening, since we are under the same reign, and our government is good at shifting blame and, of course, excusing itself because whatever that is happening is also happening elsewhere. The experience is not the same. I mean, there is floods in Tanzania. the mitigation that the Tanzania government is doing in safeguarding lives is different from what we are doing. The floods are everywhere, yes, but the response is not the same. Why should we be victims of what we have been forewarned about? And of course, it's not that we don't have money, because the Ruto administration always is excusing itself in the pretext that there is no money. There is no money. When is there any enough money to do anything for this administration? It has borrowed more than any administration ever in the history of this country. Where is the money going? The money that was being used for Linda Mama, the money that was being used for insurance for the students, all the students who are in secondary school, day school, under Uhuru administration had an insurance that was being paid for by the government to the tune of, I think, 750 shillings per student. Okay. And it was able to even airlift a student if he needed operation to go outside the country and come back. The parent will not be disturbed. That insurance was stopped. Where did the money go to? The Linda mamas were to walk into the maternity, give birth, whether it's cesarean, whichever, walk out without paying anything, because government is mitigating that. Where did that money go to? So what we are suffering from is the incompetence of one William Ruto and his administration, and he needs to be held responsible. I think the lawyers need to put themselves together and open charges against William Ruto. This business of saying that the president is immune to prosecution and all that, no. We have had too many lives lost under Ruto's watch. Is it not Shakahola? Is it not road carnage, accidents? Now is flood. What happens? Doctors are on strike. This is almost 2 months. All these lives that are being lost should be blamed on the head of one William Ruto. And so Kenyans, we need to get angry enough to take action against what's going on in this country. We cannot sit back and watch our livelihood go to the dogs simply because somebody has to stick in power, doing nothing, roaming around, changing countersuits, and walking with walking stick, pretending to be in charge. You cannot be in charge when people are being carried away by floods and you are busy pretending to be leading Africa in the pretext of preaching against global warming. Let's wake up as Kenyans and do the necessary. Stephen, I'm sending you to quarantine since you cannot control yourself. Let it be so. Njiru, you are next. Let's listen to what Ruto's order is first, then you come in.
All members of the public residing within risky areas are required to move out within 48 hours. A special cabinet meeting convened by President William Ruto Tuesday morning to deliberate on additional measures required to mitigate effects of the ongoing torrential rains on life, property and livelihoods on citizens, also directed communities living along 3 main rivers from Ngong to Nairobi to vacate in 2 days for the creation of a 30-meter planning corridor for the development of social, housing, parks, roads and other public utilities. Seth Olale reports.
The current flood crisis, which has caused deaths, displacement and destruction of property across the country, was the main agenda of a special cabinet meeting chaired by President William Ruto Tuesday morning at State House, Nairobi. And with a weather-focused report from the Meteorological Department indicating that the ongoing rains will persist in intensity and duration, and warning that the situation could get dire because the soils around the country are fully saturated, Cabinet directed all Kenyans living within fragile ecosystems prone to flooding, mudslides, landslides, and along riparian lands to relocate within the next 48 hours.
Wale wote wanaishi kando ya mito, pale panaitwa riparian reserve. Kuanzia kesho, tunawapatia notice na tumetoa taarifa kama serikali kwa sababu vile mambo yanavyoendelea tutazidi na kuwa na mvua na mafuriko yatazidi. Masaa 48 kutokea kesho, kila mtu awe ametoka katika hiyo sehemu.
According to an initial assessment report from the Meteorological Department, areas likely to experience landslides include West Pokot, Kericho, Elgeyo Marakwet, Mount Elgon, Narok, Nakuru, and Baringo. Regions expected to experience floods include Western Kenya, Rift Valley, Coastal Region, and Northeastern Kenya, parts of Lodwar and Lokicha. Flash floods will be prevalent in northeastern Kenya, where there are many seasonal rivers and major cities, and towns like Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, and Naivasha, which will also experience the same. Residents of Garissa and Tana River counties living near Masinga and Kiambere dams that have reached historic highs have been directed to move out in line with the Cabinet Directive. 3 more bodies have been retrieved from River Tana following Sunday's boat tragedy in Madogo, Garissa County, raising the death toll to 7. Cabinet also directing that people living within the 30 meters riparian corridor along the Ngong-Nairobi River to vacate within 48 hours to enable Nairobi Rivers Commission and the Nairobi County Government create an additional 30 meters planning corridor that will be used for the development of social housing, parks, roads, and other public utilities. Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
Okay, hiyo ndio habari kutokana na tangazo la William Ruto kuhusu wale wanaokaa karibu na mto. Anasema wahame na semi wahamie wapi. Bwana Njiru, karibu.
Bernard, how are you?
Here, under the
Can you
weather.
get habari
Yes,
yako
we can
Bernard?
get you. Go ahead, Mr. Njiru.
Okay,
Niko
ni sawa.
salama.
Yeah, good. Na wasalimu wote, Bwana Rara, Bwana Steven ambaye sijui bwana Bwana Steven amekuwa na mdomo kubwa hata kuniliko. Inakaa nimeretire. Ni sawa bwana. Ukianzia kuona Steven anachemuka,
Confess wewe ndio umemwambukiza. Hebu confess tu vizuri ili usamehewe.
yeah, ukiona Steven anachemuka hivyo basi mimi I should be on the other end. I should be on the extreme end. But anyway, we know. Let me begin by Bernard. My work here, the reason why I'm coming to communicate here is I want us to start looking at this thing critically. Personally, I don't look at news to listen to what a politician is saying. I look at how things are happening and I try to connect the dots. Number one, Mr. William Ruto decided that there is no any development which will happen in Kenya. Nataka tuanzie hapo. I think 1 year or 2 years ago, Mr. William Ruto said we have stopped development. Now, nice conspiracy. I'm now trying to bring you. So, Mr. William Ruto did not want to invest in Kenyan economy through various construction na vitu zingine. So ulikuwa ukisikia wakisema all the time ile uongo yao, in every 10 shillings we are using 7 shillings to pay debts. Sasa hiyo shilingi nyingine sijui 3 nayo ndio tunatumia for the current expenditure, and they used that as a reason. Nataka sasa tufikirie pole pole. Unajua sasa mimi nimekuwa mtu wa I'm now analog. Mimi nimekuwa mtu nafikiria kienyeji. So bwana nataka unisaidie tufikirie. So you say you don't want to develop the country. Why? Ni kama wewe bana desai uko kwako na bibi yako na watoto. and you know there is something you are preparing for, either huko sio kwako, uko kwa shamba ya wizi, or kuna kitu unajua wewe internally, wewe kuna kitu unajua itatokezea. Alafu sasa bibi yako anasema sijui mimi lazima unifanyie hivi, mimi lazima unifanyie hivi. Siwe kazi yako itakuwa tu ni kumpostpone. Mwambie wewe ngoja, hata kwani unalala nje? Unaanza kumwambia kwani unalala nje? Si nyumba iko. So
I just chased.
Anyway, Bernard, to finish my analogy, ili nisikarishe watu sana, what I mean is hawa watu walikataa kuinvest on Kenyan economy because they knew kuna kitu itatokezea ikuje iharibu kila kitu, and now after sasa kila kitu imebomoka, they will now be able to plan for mega projects. That's why sasa unasikia sasa anaambia and those mega projects zitapewa their proxies. Usifikiria hizo mapato zote anasema si, and this is what I want to ask people. What is the connection between floods, people dying, and telling people watu wahame ili kutengenezwe park na vitu zingine? I want you to first of all figure out that statement. When there is flood, how do you start talking of parks? And this is what happens when it is flooding. I want to give a chronology as somebody with some little bit of know-how. I will not call myself an expert. With some little information on that level. Number one, when there is flooding, ama ile wakati mvua imenyesha, and I'm surprised that as Kenyans or maybe the government is not doing that. The first thing you do, you look at drainage channels, and you visit. You look. Goja kidogo. You look at drainage channels, and you visit dams. That is usually the first thing. Wakati maji imeanzia kukua mingi. So up to now, how a dam can collapse in Kenya and no one was aware, there was no alarm at dam ilibomoka usiku, and the government of the day cannot give an exit report of what happened. In fact, Kenyan government need to be prosecuted. Why? There is no way in which an infrastructure, and I think hiyo dam mwenyewe ni nani? It's not a private dam. If I'm sure, Bernard, hiyo dam ni ya mtu ama ni ya serikali? Who owns that dam? Just to get from you, who is the owner of the dam? Unajua ile ingine ilikuwa ya Muhindi.
It's no, there are no private dams. Even the one presided over by Muhindi is an issue of private-public sector agreement. Just like you remember, there was a time when they had given Nyayo Stadium to Coca-Cola for branding and lease it for a period of time as the administrator. So that is what is with those dams. They are all public properties, government properties. Then they can be leased to a company to take charge in the period of time wherever.
Good. Now,
agree.
Okay, can we agree now? The Kenyan government has killed people based on that. If the dam belongs to them, can we agree on that?
Yes, and that's why I want lawyers to take Ruto to court and mention every person who has died from the floods. Ruto should answer for it. As an individual, then as a government, the Attorney General, Ruto, and the Minister for Road and all that, all those people should be taken to court. Tuache history ya kupepeneza kunda kwa mteremko.
No, we don't need that.
Steve wenda quarantine kwanza, Njiru maliza.
Okay, yeah. That's why I wanted us we build the story slowly. I'm so proud of myself today that I'm so organized today. Inakaa nimeokoka. So barabara ni pole kwa hiyo. I'm so unajua saa zingine yani I hata mimi mwenyewe I can not a crazy person. Anyway, Yeah, what I was trying to say, Bernard, Kenya's dams were supposed, we needed a report of all dams in Kenya even before they start collapsing. That is number one. So there's no excuse of what waliwawa na dam. That is the recklessness of somebody who cannot govern on anything. Then number two is there is no way in which a flood can come into the country where the government is not aware. Number two. So this one is not a sudden thing. Flood is not an earthquake. Hata kizingiti, hata earthquake, we know in some minutes tunajuanga. Although sasa kizingiti inakuanga more sudden than floods. So Mr. Ruto government is aware that Kenya had to flood. That is something which we cannot exonerate them from. They knew kutanyesha. So, but why did they want people to die? That is a big question. You need death toll. Na msiniambie mimi ni conspiracist. You need death toll to impose issues. Bwana Bernard. Ukienda pahali hata ukiambia watu, si munaona watu vile walikufa Maimayu, mutatoka hapa. Nani guo? Unasikia watu wakisema na ni ukweli bwana. Bernard, I'm not trying to be sarcastic about this. There is a time when death toll becomes an agenda to impose things. Na saa zingine unaweza fikiria as if the government is not understanding what they are doing, but I want to tell you, we now have land for housing as we speak now. Na msiseme mimi ni conspiracy theorist. Right now, hile project walikuwa wanasema ya na mashamba za kuiba ziko. Let me tell you, hiyo mvua imenyesha is not natural, ati itatufanya kuna, sasa wanataka watu watoke in places where they have eternally called homes na wachukue hizo mashamba. Bwana Bernard, I want to tell you, ile mshipi iko hapa. Ile mshipi iko hapa. You know, saa zingine when we look at things, I'm not a conspiracist by the way, I'm telling you the reality. If we are able to open our eyes na tuone ile mambo ambayo hii serikali inafanya, let me tell you, these people can plan anything on us. They are not for us, they are against us on everything. Now, the moment when Kenyans will understand that yule mtu hako na uongozi wakati huu, hatutaki hata kidogo. That is a guy who will not even be worried if he heard that all Kenyans have gone to Tanzania na achue Kenya peke yake. He will not be worried of that. So, let's be clear about this. Wale watu wanatuongoza saa hii, they are not concerned about us. They are concerned about other things. Because Fred, and let me tell you for your information, Bernard, na hili kitu nataka kusema hapa wazi. Kenya is not a post-modern country based on what Ruto has showed us. I want to tell you, Ruto ameaibisha Kenya vibaya. Let me tell you, na hili vitu nataka kuconfirm hapa Bernard. I want to tell you, even Kenyatta could have responded better with the technology of 1970. These plans, they could have responded better. It is the worst response by a government anywhere in the world on a disaster. That if you try to, I want Bernard to ask you, and you people, I want you to share, kwa sababu nasikia watu wakisema Tanzania kuna France, Uganda kuna France, sijui wapi. You people, I want you to help me understand. The last country, as I know, the last country which was killed by France massively was China. Na sio sahi. China, there was a very bad flood. Ili wakuja hata wajenge hii dam yao hapa, hiyo iko hapo Yangtze River, the Three Gorges Dam in the 30s. That is the time when like 2 million people died because of a flood. But that flood was anticipated. They were overwhelmed because of the crowding and because of how the river. But that time hata tukuanga na hii technology, tulikuwa tunasema saa zingine mvua inaweza kuwa imetoka wapi. So in 2024, with a country which is 10 times less developed than Dubai, where Dubai has been able to handle their floods very smoothly. Sisi tu ni watu tu ya mudomo peke yake, mudomo. And for your information, Bwana Bernard, this is a warning call I want to tell my Mount Kenya leaders and my Kikuyu leaders wherever they are. Kuna kitu nataka kuambia hapa saa hii, and I want to stay in record here. All those people who are standing behind this guy, they need to understand one thing. Vifo zikitokezea, where are they zinatokezea major wapi? So what I'm trying to say ni hivi. They are abetting somebody who is on a genocide mission. And they need to start understanding, and they ask questions. History ya kusema ati left, that stupidity has to go away. People have to be answerable. Now the Kihika, yule ambayo alikuwa naiba mashamba juzi, sasa nimemuona ametokezea sasa when watu wamekufa kwa mafuriko. But this Kihika was busy stealing land and doing other things, but she had no contingency measure. If Nakuru is a big county. Nakuru has people with money. Nakuru is a city. They need to have a response measure. I have not, Bwana Bernard, I think Nakuru does not deserve to be a city. Based on how I've seen Nakuru responding on this issue, Nakuru does not deserve to be a city. And I'm sorry for saying this. Why? Because they are not organized on anything. It's sad. Even Nairobi, at least I saw what were well-wishers wanatoka hapa na, but Nakuru is zero. So in a nutshell, to finish my conspiracies, now, now Bwana Bernard, this is what is going to happen. Mr. Zakayo will claim there is no money, as you have said, and he will conspire with the bunge to ongeze kodi, because we need to upgrade our infrastructure with a tune of 1 trillion, because that is what they are going to do. Wanaenda kusema we need to upgrade our infrastructure in the tune of 1 trillion, lakini hatuwezi kopa. Na mnajua some of the infrastructure ile imekuwa destroyed, because bana mutaona after mvua imecapsize, you will see the destruction of this rain. Sasa hamujaona, you will see. So this is what they will claim. They will claim sasa we need to rebuild our country, lakini hatuwezi kopa because we already madeni zimetufika hapa, hatuwezi kopa. So what are we going to do? Watasema sasa, you people, you have to allow us to tax you properly. Now the taxation regime is here properly, but Kenyans don't need to wait for that. We can reject this guy. I want to tell you, Bernard, huyu jamaa as long as ako hapo machozi hatutawahi ongea ati people are feeling good, you are talking with a lot of patriotism. As long as huyu jamaa ako hapo, we will never speak in unison. So we can avoid that, and Kenyans can organize na tujue huyu jamaa anaenda aje, lakini kunaenda kukua kubaya. We are now moving from one problem to the other one. Tulikuwa tunadili na mgomo, sasa tunadili na mafuriko, na isitoshe sasa we are now going to deal with a lot of so many issues, corruption na vitu zingine, because they will try to have an unfinished project. Because you need to know that Zakayo has not been tested on any project. Bwana Bernard, as I finish, Zakayo will not be able to finish any project. So can you imagine, Bernard, Kenya reconstruction under Zakayo? Unajua hiyo ndio kitu nataka tujiulize hapa. Infrastructure being upgraded, ile imekuwa destroyed na mvua under Zakayo. What is the scale of infrastructure are we looking at? We are talking of massive infrastructure. We are talking of expansion of roads. And Zakayo is the person who is going to do those projects. It is total chaos. Those projects will not be done. Watu watakuwa wanakufia kwa hizo project. We're even waiting for them to finish the stadiums, the AFCON. I'm not even sure, as we speak now, I even want to tell AFCON, please withdraw that thing from Kenya. It cannot be done in Kenya with the way the infrastructure is now. Hakuna haja ya kujiaibisha and to make people to come get stranded in Kenya. Bernard, we have no capacity to host AFCON in the next 1 year. Let's stop these things of saying that sijui inchi iko hivi na hivi. Once hii mvua imecapsize, you will see zile maportals zitakuwa kwa barabara. In Embu hata wamefunga hiyo barabara, kuna pahali hata michanga inavunjika na hata rami zinakatika. It's sad. Let's say that we don't have a country and we assemble otherwise. Na sijui ni nani atatusaidia Bernard. We need to do something. Otherwise, every day, and I say that here, every day Zakayo is on the power. Our issues are becoming difficult and complex. Bernard, tafadhali, what can you do? Unataka pesa ngapi? What do you want us ili tubadilishe hii mambo? It's bad. It's bad. Kids are dying. Old people are dying. Tulikuwa tunaona watu wanakufa wakiwa wazee. Sasa hii watu wanakufia kwa matope. Bernard, what else? Hata sio risasi tena, matope ndio inaua watu. Nini baya tena?
Okay, asante Bwana Njiru, maswali nyeti kweli na majibu yako na wewe na mimi hapa. Ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba kuna wimbo ya kitambo ilikuwa inaimbwa katika kipindi cha usalama barabarani, chunga maisha. Hapa hakuna kuchunga maisha kwa sababu dereva mwenyewe mlevi. Huyu sio mlevi wa pombe, ni mlevi wa power. Alafu conductor naye yeye yuko tu, yeye anaenda kusupervise vile Wakenya wanasafa, akiwa kwa chopa anaangalia kwa chini. Yani these people are sick and they need help. Now the changes that should be reintroduced in the country is the solidarity of the Kenyan people. Now that we have the doctors' strike on and all health workers have said the CBO for the doctors must be honored, failure to which everybody's joining that strike. Let's ride on that strike. Let's make this country ungovernable. Ruto should run by himself. So Kenyans, kama wewe unaona mambo iko sawa, kaa kwako. Lakini ukiona mambo yameharibika na tunahitaji suluhu, amka, jitokeze, jiunge na madaktari, tusimamishe kila kitu katika nchi hii ili Zakayo na grupu yake watoroke. Kwa nini? Wakenya wamekasirika na wanatoa hamaki yao kinyume na serikali isiyofaa ya William Ruto. Sijawahi ona serikali kama hii maisha yangu yote na nimeishi kiasi, okay? I'm a history student. I've never seen a government operating like this. This is a circus of an administration. And then all they brag about is changing countersuits, changing choppers, and jumping around and talking. You talked about Nakuru County. Nakuru County, from the look of things, I saw a problem emerging, okay? One, now I'm not against women leadership. There are women who have led exemplary, like Gladys Wanga has turned around the story in Homa Bay after Awiti had messed the county. So I believe in women leadership, but there is something peculiar about Nakuru County. That the governor is a woman, the senator is a woman, and majority of members of parliament, I think, are women. So there is everything not right with that picture. As much as we need women leadership and women should be emancipated to be in leadership, the place for a man in leadership was placed there by God, and matching the leadership is important. Then to make matters worse, the senator and the governor are sisters. So how do you now hand the whole country, the whole county to one family, and you want it to operate? They're going to run it like their own home. So what we have in Nakuru is Kihika, Kimani. And Hika Kimani was a semi-literate man, polygamous, under Moi administration, and his job was to heckle and make noise. So that is what we are seeing a replica in Nakuru. And so as we engage, let's get to the bottom of the cause of what we are suffering. And these people were rigged into office by the UDA machinery. So the Nakuru people, I don't think, have a stake in this. But all in all, when it comes to leadership, Kenyans, stop laying back and waiting for the consequences in order for you to begin to cry. Ikifika wakati wa kuchagua viongozi, use your head. Analyze the people thoroughly. Don't hand leadership to idiots, incompetent, inexperienced people. That is the reason why we are where we are. And I want to emphasize that strongly because Wakenya ninyi ndio mmesababisha haya mambo kwa kutoweka maanani nani anaingia kwa uongozi. Chebukati yeye anapitisha kila mtu. Awe na makaratasi asiwe na makaratasi. Na mimi si emphasize maneno ya makaratasi. Hawa watu tunachagua ni mandugu zetu, ni madada zetu. Tunajua kama walikuwa kilala shuleni ama walikuwa wana perform vizuri. Tunajua vile wamekuwa katikati yetu. We know them. If they are thieves, are our family thieves, we know they have been stealing. So we shouldn't even be talking what we are talking here if we were keen on who we give leadership to. And so the leadership of this country has been hijacked by thugs and it needs to be redeemed. And that redemption lies right in your hands and my hands. So let's get things done. Nakuru cannot be saved as long as it is handed over to one family. Let Nakuru County wake up. I don't see why they couldn't get Aliki Nanjui to get the seat. And all of it was the imposition of the incompetent Ruto, wanting to prove that he has the power. He can rule Mount Kenya. He's the kingpin of Mount Kenya. And so he imposed leaders everywhere, rigging out competent people. Now he's left with incompetent people, and then he wants to make a decision that Machogu sits until midnight to get a phone call from Ruto so that he can stop the reopening of schools. This is sickening.
Must somebody stay in power? Unajua nile kitu najiuliza, Kenya lazima mtu akae power surely. Nothing can happen ati lazima mtu amalize miaka 5.
Sio lazima. This thing can be interrupted. We just need Kenyans to wake up and get their act together. Kama mtu hafai. Wazazi wa inaitwa nini? Is it Shanda? There's a school at Songo on your way from Shanda going to Kakamega. The parents chased away the headmaster, chased away all the school. The TSC has to send a new group of teachers there. Why? Because they were not performing. The same thing happened in Nandi. So when Kenyans get angry, they do what they are required to do. Let's get angry and do what we are required to do. Ruto seeing gumu kutolewa. Ni kila mmoja tu amakinike na tekeleze wajibu wetu. Steve, tutakuja kwako. Wacha kuchemka. Mimi naomba tafadhali tuanze kuangalia masuala haya kwa kina. Na ikifika wakati wa kuchagua watu, nisikia tu unasema ishenyu na ishenyu. Ati wetu ni wetu, huyu ni mtu wetu. Mtu wenu, hii Kenya sio yako na familia yako. Hii Kenya ni ya kila Mkenya. Na kama mtu hawezi kubeba kila Mkenya, hafai kuwa kiongozi wa Kenya. Yule mtu anafaa kuwa kiongozi ni yule anajali kila Mkenya na anafanya uamuzi kutokana na usalama wa kila Mkenya. Not everybody who can wear coat and tie and sing on the podium.
Bernard,
so as Kenyans, let's wake up. Let's do what we must do. Save our country.
Bernard, the biggest question is, if somebody con their way into a system and take leadership, and you discover this guy is not, first of all, elected and is doing you disservice, does the Constitution envision a country going on under those circumstances? That's the question. What these people are doing actually is and we do nothing, it's almost as if we are outside the constitution and we are pointing our finger to the next election. And now the constitution is not working, because if it is working, it should correct the problem now. So the issue here is not just Ruto, but all of us as Kenyans, those of us sitting and watching, because all we are saying is, let's wait for the election, when actually things should be going on now. You correct the problem now. It's like you're sick, you have cancer, and you're saying, I will get better when a new doctor comes, next year. The one I have here, I can't trust them. You'll be dead. And so Kenyans, it is now, not tomorrow. This idea of 2027 is a big mistake. The same as Shakahola. People are dying. And then we are saying, let Mackenzie go on, is the leader, No, he has to go. So Kenyans, we are a laughing stock around the globe. The nation require intervention, not yesterday, but now. Not next week, but now. It's time for all of us to show these guys the door. So if you are in the military, police force, and you on the street, whatever, the best way would be for all of us to stand as one inch. So we don't have to give jobs to the military and others to plot whatever. It's all of us saying no work tomorrow. We are done with you. We gave you a job. If we did, because I don't think we gave you a job, you're not able to do anything for us. You are done. You give them a red card. It's a time for a red card. All of us, every Kenyan, to come out, step out with something red and say it is over. Ruto, Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha, imeisha. Tumemaliza na nyinyi. Mmetuibia. Mmeharibu nchi yetu. It is now.
You're very right. Yeah. This is the thing. This is what is called dialectics. Dialectics means that we have to be radical in Kenya. This is just 8 hours to my home in Kenya. So why leave Ruto there doing nothing? No program. Is unprepared. Look how people are dying. Surely, we have to remove Ruto here in this area. You remember when I was in University of Nairobi? Yeah, we stopped Moi. Moi could not control us. Me, I told the children, their children in the school. And this one was given by Moi, Girogo, £5, 500. It was 500. I said, tear it all. They teared it. Agitation start from me to you to everyone.
Okay, sawa Stephen. Nitakuleta tena because I can see Bernard is not there. Allow me also put some weight as we also try to speak candidly about these issues. First of all, the big question we need to ask ourselves is, whatever is happening in Kenya, can another country take it? Maybe I want to ask Lala, Lala, 1 minute. Lala, maybe you can answer me. Do you think what is happening in Kenya, where just people are just dying of avoidable issues, the government looks disorganized, the government looks to lie? Do you think there is any country in the world which can take what Kenyans are taking? Do you think?
Nero, There are countries, yes, that can take it. But you see, those countries already have their people who are skeptical of their government. They have organized themselves, like in Haiti, okay? So they can take it, but they don't, they know what, in other words, the government is there, but they don't expect anything from that government. We don't want to go there. We want to be able to say no, and the government is gone because they depend on our taxes. We are the one who is going to pay them. Why would we pay them? You give tax. Why can't we stop it? So it is like sisi ndio wajinga. Unaona, shida ni sisi kama wa Kenya. Sijui kama tulirogwa na hii ukabila, sijui tulirogwa na nini, uchafu mwingi, sijui kuna kitu gani. We walk on the roadside, you see a police taking a bribe, and we do nothing. Okay? So I think...
We have children there. We married international.
Yeah. So, Njiru, no country that is functional can take it. None. If they're dysfunctional like Haiti, yes, but then the people themselves don't expect anything anyway. They don't even have tax to pay anyway. So Kenya is moving in that direction where the citizens see their money being blown in with things. Look at, in fact, somebody was saying that all Kenya Kwanza guys are rich. The way they dress, the cars they buy, the houses, it's like they're new millionaires in town. And they are there. And what do they have to protect themselves? Nothing. It's us. It's our military, same police, protecting them to steal from us. So these are bandia. What wanatuibia? Unaona? Wako pale wanatuibia, lakini tunachukua. Ndio shida ni sisi kama Wakenya. Why are we taking it?
Okay.
Why?
Okay.
Let me advance you. Wacha tu nimuulize swali lingine moja bana darafu ukuje. Because I wanted him to clear that dot. So because I know Bwana Lala, you are a bit experienced and you know how many counties operate. And we know there are some counties where people have ever fought. So can you tell me which is the threshold for Kenya? What else needs to happen in Kenya? What else? Maybe if you, based on what is happening, nini kingine kinahitajika kifanyike Kenya ili watu waambie Ruto hakuna sasa hapa, and we get out all of us na tumwambie kwenda kabisa. What else need to happen?
Bernard, I thought all of us coming out and talking would be the threshold that people have heard we have had enough. It is over. But for some reason, there are strongholds around. I think leadership should speak with one voice, and because tunawasaliti wengi wanaambiwa hivi lakini wako huku na wako huku, and we've seen them deal with Baba all these years. You know, there's some people here and there, and so you don't know where they are, and that's the biggest problem. And that's why I think the Mau Mau were those Comboreras, those people who are collaborating, they were very hard on them because they're the worst people. They're the ones who are at daytime they're telling you one thing, at nighttime they're on the other side. This is the problem. So the threshold should be leadership coming together and saying no to this system economically. And in fact, if it's done in a collaborated way, integrated way, then it actually will stop the destruction. It will basically stop. Things may get worse for a short time, and we're able to bounce back very quickly. But if we do it slowly by slowly, eroding confidence in Kenya, disintegration of our society, things are getting worse every day, and people start avoiding Kenya, then we are moving towards the old Somali, okay? And when it now reaches the bottom, it's very hard to put it back But right now, coordinated effort and saying no to Ruto. We want a constitution because right now we can use that constitution effectively to give us our legitimacy for saying no to the government. And there's nothing they can do. No country will come and beat us and join them, no. And people will break ranks. Even the military people, they're tired. Police people, a lot of them are tired. They will join our side. The time is now, not even tomorrow. So that's my answer to you, Njiru. Wakati huu ndio wakati wa ukombozi. And it can be peaceful. It can even be bloodless. I mean, we don't know. There's nothing Ruto can do. If we say no to going to work, what will he do? What will those thieves do? Tukisema kesho atuendi kazini, atulipi taxes mpaka tufanyie uhaki ifanyike, hakuna kitu atafanya. Kazi ni sisi wenyewe, hakuna kitu atafanya, lakini it's upon all of us, especially youth, young people, to know they have no future in this system the way it is. No future. Nobody can guarantee you a future. Nobody can predict good under these circumstances. There is
sawa wanalala.
Yeah,
na Bwana Njiru, asanteni sana. Nimepigwa dafrau na stima hapa, ndipo nilitupwa nje hivyo hivyo, but thank God they are back now. That's why I'm able. So confirm if you are able to get me, and apologies, we lost our connection to X as well as Twitter, I mean TikTok, but we are back. So find us, those who are looking for us, and we continue with the conversation. I appreciate everybody and your views. Let's ask right questions. There is something that I wanted to address myself to before I bring in another person, and just pointing out our problem in this country. There is this guy, I don't know whether it's a guy or a lady, and Ajita 1dem99, okay? Anasema Kihika did not cause the rain. Now that is where I have a problem, our thinking as Kenyans, okay? So we think we are suffering under the floods because the person who sent the rain did not send the right thing. Now ikifika kiwango hicho, eti mtu mzima anafikiria kwamba kuzuia mvua ndio kuongoza Nakuru. Ama kuzuia. Did you see how Joho led the mitigation of COVID-19 in Mombasa? He was everywhere. And when it was under lockdown, he was in charge of distributing food. He's the governor, okay? But made sure that the people who are in quarantine are taken care of. Those who are not supposed to move are taken care of. That is how a county is led. Kihika tunamwona anasimama nyuma ya Ruto, wanaongelesha press. That is not providing leadership. Where is the mobilization? Where is the response team? And Njiru put it very well. I don't think Nakuru has a capacity of being called a city. It doesn't meet the threshold of what a city is, because a city should have their fighter response. They should have disaster response mechanism. A city should have its own sewer system. It needs to be able to run itself on a system. But we don't have that in Nakuru.
Boss, you don't even know Kenya. Real.
Now, Stephen, I hate to put it across to you that if you continue like this, I'll ban you from the studio. It's that simple, because we are all mature here and we need to carry ourselves maturely. I don't need to keep reciting to you the standing orders. Let's carry ourselves maturity and understand we are here to educate Kenyans. Kenyans are learning from us. We cannot be misbehaving and expect to be showing the right direction to this country. So tafadhali, kama mtu anazungumza, don't unmute. If you want to interject, lift your hand, and that is subject to your being picked upon. But participate in the show with your notebook and your pen. If somebody has said a point you want to interject, note down that point when we give you time to speak, you respond to that before you go into your second submission. That is how we conduct ourselves here orderly. So tafadhali, if that happens again, I'll ban you from the studio. And I hate to do that, and I hate to be reminding you on that, because I really don't like, reprimanding elderly people. That is against my faith and against my Christian persuasion. So tafadhali, let's carry ourselves with dignity and respect. If for anything, let it be because we are providing leadership, especially to the younger people who need to learn on how to carry themselves in public. Thank you, everybody. Please, let's continue inviting each other and participating fully. But before we go further, I need to remind us that today is the first, is Labor Day. We are still paying our bills. Those of you on TikTok are not getting the text message. So that is, the details are on your screen. The details on your screen right now. Please screenshot them, and then you will be able to utilize them in responding to our supporters to pay bills appeal. You need to understand that running this, not this show only, the entirety of the studio, it costs. All this machinery needs to be serviced. We need to be able to have enough tokens, and the tokens are very expensive to keep the show running. So, and you that profit from this, you that enjoy this show, we want you to be a participant into supporting it and ensuring that it keeps running. So the details on your screen right now, M-Pesa till number is 516575. That is Lipa na M-Pesa, buy goods and services. The till number is 516575. Let me see our response coming in. No amount is too big, no amount is too small. Just respond. From your response, we'll be able to keep the program running. If you can't use the till number because the till number doesn't work internationally, you will need to use the M-Pesa line. And the M-Pesa line is on your screen right now. And if you can't see clearly because you have a small screen, note it down, although it's in the comment section on Facebook and on YouTube. It is +254 718 454 585. I repeat, the M-Pesa line is +254 718 454 585. Bernard is the name. And please, let me see some responses. We really need you to respond fast so that we don't stretch this beyond where it should be. Our mobile internet is on the shelf right now. We are owing Safaricom. We need to pay in order for us to continue covering field events live on the field. And so we really need your support. Please don't listen to this and do nothing. Move into action. Let's get this done once and for all. Asante sana. Remember, it is a recurrent bill. They come every month. And so we really want your support at this point in time. Then when our bills are paid, we concentrate on the debate until the new month comes. Thank you, everybody. Please don't let this discourage you. It's not a condition for you to be on this show or participate in this show. It is just goodwill from you and your support for the channel. I don't see what is wrong with that. Majority of the channels are doing the same. Others are selling wares in order to keep themselves running. And so I don't see why anybody should find what we are doing out of order. It is within the order, and we are relying on you because you profit from what we say here. And so without much explanation, let's move into action. Let's get the bills paid, because bills have to be paid in order for us to keep running the studio and be able to broadcast this show and other shows. So tafadhali, let's get things done. So ile swala la kusema Kihika did not send the rain. Please don't mention it here. It makes me angry and it makes Kenyans feel stupid because we think we can. It is the same people. When Baba was saving Mao forest, wakasema mvua inatoka mbinguni, haitoki kwa miti, led by William Ruto. Okay, so it is the same mentality. Now watasema nini? Mvua imetoka mbinguni, haikutoka kwa Mao. Lazima tupevuke kama Wakenya, na mtu akiwa kwa kiti cha uongozi lazima aambiwe akikosea. Kile kinachoendelea katika nchi hii sijawahi kiona kwa serikali zote. Serikali ya Moi ilikuwa mbaya, lakini when it came to disaster response, Moi himself was there. Hata kituma watu wachome Kikomba, wanachoma usiku, asubuhi amefika hapo na blanketi na chakula kupeana kwa watu. There was direct response. What Ruto does, anaenda kuvaa counter suit, anaenda kuchukua wanawake wasimame nyuma yake akiongelesha nchi. We need action, we need solutions, not counter suit. Stephen.
Thank you very much. You are very good, boss. What we're telling you is that Ruto is a con man. You don't know me. Ruto is a con man, real con man. Look what is happening here. Ruto does not have a policy. The policy have just to talk on the roadside. Ruto, we went to school with him, 1992, University of Nairobi. He's a con man. He doesn't know us. He doesn't know everybody. Ruto is a con man. If you want a Kenya con man, the real one, he killed all of them. Yeah, 99, the one Moi wanted. He killed them. Me, I don't fear him. Ruto is a con man, I'm telling you. Yeah. We should not hear Ruto is a con man. Okay, this kind of flood, what happened is this. Me, I gave them the preparedness, early warning system there. My books, because I was there, 1998. Do you remember when I was there? 1998. Not that I was the one controlling Garissa, Wajir, yeah. But I put myself in the front line. That time, I was a scientist, a young scientist that time, from ISIPE, International Insect Physiology and Ecology. Then I joined UNDP. I was supported. What did they do? They don't know how to write. That's what yesterday I want to tell. I want to tell Allah. Yeah, there's something came out that these people, what they want is money from Africa. To some people. One time, the social, I don't know social.
Go ahead umalizie alafu tusonge tafadhali.
Kenya, we are not going to break Kenya. The way you want to know. Because you have children there. We have our mothers there. Our grandfathers and great one. Don't destroy Kenya. What you are telling me is this. Ruto had to be shown the door. You know the door. Okay, for example, Ruto, here in UK, he was in Primark, surely. He was buying issue in Primark in London. Because you are president? No, I'm not president. It's a con man.
Okay, sir, thank you. I've made your point. We appreciate that. Let's make progress. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep inviting each other. Thank you, those of you who are responding on our pay bill. Tafadhali, let's work hard so that we bring this to a closure before the 5th of this month. Let's move in action ili to concentrate kwa show na kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinakwenda salama. Hii story ya 199 kutetea serikali ya Kihika, mimi sielewi, kwa sababu hata kama uko Nakuru inaonekana wakati mji unaongozwa na inaonekana wakati mji hauongee. Tusemi kwamba Kihika atafanya kile anapaswa kufanya. Kile tunasema ni kwamba their response is poor. The landslide took place at 1 a.m. You wanted her to, what did we want her to do? We didn't make her governor. She vied for the seat. She's supposed to know the terrain of her place. She needs to know which places. The warnings came early. The mitigation needed to be done in good time. You can't have plenty of rain and floods and not expect landslides if you are in a hilly place. So hilo swali unatuuliza, peleka kwa ofisi ya Kihika. Kama wewe inaonekana wewe ndio advocate wake ama blogger wake kwa online, you are doing the wrong job. You are defending the undefendable. We need to have leaders who see problem and solve the problem before the problem arises. Nimekupatia mfano mzuri. Wakati kulikuwa na COVID, the most hit cities was Nairobi and Mombasa. Joho, when he was governor, he was on the forefront to mitigate. When Mombasa was under lockdown, the lockdown was not an announcement. Joho made sure that the lockdown is effective in every place. And the people who were under lockdown were supported by the county government led by Joho. Where is Susan Kihika? Standing behind Ruto when Ruto is making silly, idiotic announcement in the name that people should move. And she is not telling us where they should move to. Which government is that? The government by now in Maimahio, they should have come up with the closest barracks or closest safe place where people are being evacuated to. But to tell people to be able to leave the place in 48 hours and you have not given them where to go, and where they're going to create what? A camp or something? Who's going to mitigate over that? William Ruto, if it were not for Red Cross, I don't think there will be any help for Kenyans. And that in itself is wrong by all standards. The government needs to carry the greatest weight over this particular crisis. But what do we see? Press conference, idiotic statements. If you listen to Murkomen, he said the leakage in the airport was just in one small place. We should not blow it out of proportion. And he said it doesn't have money. It doesn't have money. When did money become leadership? Leadership is not money. You are not able to run this country because you are incompetent, not because there is no money. Leaders devise means to get things done. They don't need money in order to get things done. And so if you are blaming money and and you are putting on a wristwatch of 1.6 million, a belt of 500,000, a tie that you bought 600,000, what is wrong with you? Oh, you want to stand, when you are standing like this, you are wearing 20 million and you are telling us there is no money. Pereka ujinga mbali tafadhali. Yes, Mr. Njiru.
Yeah, for your information, nikiingia na hapo umeacha, hiyo belt is a whole culvert. Hiyo belt is a whole culvert. Hiyo watch unasema 1.6 million is a whole drainage of almost half a kilometer. So huyo jamaa is wearing our infrastructure. Let's be clear about that. Anava infrastructure yetu in the name of ati Gushi what. Anyway, away from that, I wanted to kujibu huyo 199 huyo dem. Let me tell you here, Bwana Bernard, I have to be clear, and this one is not Saudi candid. This is my personal opinion. Susan Kihika is the worst governor in Kenya. Don't massage that guy. You are massaging huyo jamaa sana. We are not saying this way. It is known. Susan Kihika is the worst. Wacha huyo 199 asikie vile anasikia. He is the worst. For your information, and I want to put myself into perspective. When you are in a leadership, there is nothing that sio mimi nilileta. Hakuna kiongozi anaongeanga hivyo. So huyo 99 anaongea hivyo, he should give us a break. Leadership comes with responsibility. Ni kama wewe ni kama wewe Bernard, wewe ni baba ya mtu. Uwezi anzia kusikia kijana wako anavuta bangi na huko nje, alafu unaanzia sijui kusema sijui nini. No, you have to take responsibility at that level. Ama sijui unasikia kanisa yako washirika wamefanya nini, you don't start saying ati mimi hata nimekuwa inaugurated juzi, hata mnajua mimi sio pastor miaka mingi, sijaelewa jiji sana. You don't say hata kama umefika huko jana. The fact that you are a pastor, you have to take full responsibility. Anyway, hiyo kitu imetendeka 130 according to one dem. And we are knowledgeable enough. 130 mumonyonyoko inagonga 130. And the first lady of a country takes over 12 hours to even put a concern message. Over 12 hours after 130. Then from there, you want to tell me that in my Mahiu, kila mtu alifunikwa. According to one dem, in my Mahiu, kila mtu alifunikwa. There was no distress at the county government. Ilikuja kujua saa 6 mchana. Bernard, Nakuru County is responsible for those deaths. Let's not mince our words. Watu wakiporomokewa 130 by 2, tulikuwa tunafaa kuona county imefika hapo. We were supposed to see even media there by around 2, na wakijaribu kutoa watu kwa matope, but there's no, si walikuwa wanaanzia kutoa watu after 12 hours. So huyo jamaa asikuje kutuambia hiyo ufara, anatuambia hapa we are not ignorant. Kama mtu hawezi fanya kazi, asikuje atukutuambia. And for your information, do you know that Rachel Ruto aliweka message after pressure? People pressured her in Twitter ama wapi, wanaenda kwa wall yake kuandika message hapo, ndio mama alianzia kuandika. So we know how these people are working. So bana, mtu asituletee hapa kutuambia nini. Those people are disorganized, tunawajua. And we are not expecting anything by the from them, bana. And ndio tunasema the worst thing to happen is you being a disaster in the modern day Kenya. That is the worst thing. Bana, hauna msaada. It is that unfortunate. The worst thing to happen. Hata sisi by the way, ni Mungu tu ametupea hiyo nafasi ya kukua hai. Hata sisi tungekuwa hapo Maimayu that time, our situation could be the same. What happened to those people? So when people are trying to analyze issues and the situation, saa zingine let's try to look at things with the way they deserve. Bana, hata ungekuwa kwa hiyo mafuriko saa hii tungekuwa tunasema vinginevyo. So those people are just victims of circumstance, sio kupenda kwao. Those people are in that situation because people who they relied on, they were not able to do anything the right time. I want to tell you, if somebody was there at 2:30, we could have saved a half of the death toll we are speaking now. And we have become a laughing stock. Bernard, I want to tell you, I speak with international people. I speak with people in London. I speak with people in Italy. I'm speaking with people in America. But no one has confidence with our country any longer. Na si ati kuwekelea. I'm speaking the truth. Another thing which I wanted to explain here so that we can also understand the weight of this situation. Ili huyu one dem akikuja hapa, hata sijui ni one dem ya wapi. I think he is like huyo Kihika. And for your information, Kihika is not a qualified governor. Alitumia mlango ya nyuma. You know very well. UDA did not do any substantive nomination for their members. They pinpointed crooks in all counties. You know what they did? Because they knew eventually they will steal the election. And they knew by design, they will have a network of crooks. There has never been a government in this life which has been a network of crooks like the one we have. It is a network of crook. You have a crook in Nakuru. You have another crook in this county. And you know, governors are officers of high responsibility, high moral value, moral core. Right now, through courtesy of UDA, out of their 24 governors, Bernard, I think UDA has 24, together with those independents wanajifanya ni wao, I think 24, 25. Out of 25 UDA governors, 20 are Mikora, crooks, people with no character. We just have like 4 who are remnants. And let's say things the way in clear perspective. And let's not massage people ego.
Thank you very much.
Let's not massage people's ego so Bernard. So what I wanted to explain here, because we are now trying to explain a very heavy matter to people who do not understand. Bernard, remembering that even in this channel we are also being followed by UDA people who do not understand that maybe this one them. I mean, ikasirisha sana because when it comes to leadership is responsibility. That is why even some countries like India, hata train ikitoka kwa track ianguke na watu wakufe, the next thing inakuanga Minister of Infrastructure and resign. They take responsibility through resignation. That is what you do. Right now, unaona the France which we have in Kenya, the Murkomen anafaa kukuwa ameenda. Yani angetokezea tu hivi tu kwa media with a resignation speech. Kihika angekuwa ashatoka. I regret failing my people. I no longer see myself tenable to undertake this position. And thereby I allow the Nakuru people to look for somebody who will take care of them. That is how strong leaders do, including William Ruto. William Ruto should have resigned a long time ago. Instead of every time he is supervising people dying, you wake up, you go in the media, and you resign. We saw the former Briton Prime Minister yule mama who was crying wakati mambo yake ilipiga mwamba, alitokezea kwa media akilia hapo akatoka. Mwingine akakuja hapo alikuwa anaitwa Liza Truss, akatokezea within 3 weeks mambo yake ikapiga mwamba, akatokezea. Leaders take responsibility. So when one of them is trying to demonstrate the greatest ignorance ever demonstrated in a social media platform, we cannot continue listening to somebody. We need massive resignation. Right now, Kenyan government needs to have resigned. But because they cannot do that, we have an alternative. And this is what we can do. And kama kuna watu wako na mali yao na wanatusikia, this is what I'm thinking. All these billionaires we have in Kenya, they need to rise against Zakayo. Let's choke him and let them call us, because we have seen the political class is not reliable in Kenya. We do not have a reliable political class. May it be Azimio who are actually saying that Sakaja apewe time. So sad. Na mtu asijaribu kutetea Sakaja hapa. For your information, Sakaja is an illiterate, and we will not get out of that. For me, mtu asiniambia ati if you are not learned, it doesn't mean you cannot become a leader. We know Sakaja is an illiterate, and there is no way an illiterate will be supervising people with degrees. In that government, we know people with PhDs, we know people wako na masomo kubwa. So Sakaja is illiterate, and let's be clear about that. That is why he cannot assemble. He doesn't know a response action plan, how it looks like. Unajua saa zingine some of these leaders tunafikiria ati they can, ni kama sahi uambie Sudi to respond on something, and the only thing he knows ni pangeni laini. Unajua bwana Bernard, Some of these people we are calling leader, the only thing wanajua ni pangeni laini, mgongo kila mtu so moja moja. That is the only thing they know. They only know kugawa pesa ili watu wakawapigie kura. That is the only thing they know. Wanajua tu kugawa pesa. So Bernard, let's put it into perspective. This leadership has to be forced to go. And how can it be done? We can start having a network of rich people in Kenya. People who think that because money has power. People, and that is why, to me, Bernard, that's why kila saa I'm blaming our rich men in Kenya. Na usiniambia ati the reason why rich men are not speaking ni sababu wataki vitu yao igongwe. I want to tell you today, Bernard, if 50 billionaires or rich men in Kenya who can be able to understand that things are going bad, if today they stood, now they just iron out, waongee to these issues, waseme this thing is not working, this thing is not working, doctors are not in hospitals, we cannot accept this. I want to tell you, things can happen. Even this government can collapse. But what are our billionaires doing? And that's why I'm calling them. Kenyan billionaires are fake. We don't have billionaires. Like, I want to tell you that's, and I want to give an example of America. Like what has happened on this protest, which are there. Some of Ivories which have decided to do protest. What have billionaires who sink money in those institutions do? They have decided to withdraw their support from those institutions. A good, courageous act. You act through the power you have. The fact that you have money, you have power. So, in a nutshell, Bernard, Kikuyu billionaires, Kalenjin billionaires, Luo billionaires, Kamba billionaires, Embu billionaires, Mijikenda billionaires, Luya billionaires, they are a waste. They are not helping us. You know, as Wakenya wa kawaida, who we don't have a lot of resources, there are some things we cannot be able to do. We can avail our presence. But what are people with money doing in Kenya? They need to rise up against Zakayo. They need to, saa zingine, people with money, they don't speak much. Saa zingine wanajitokeza wanasema, if the government is not going to do 1, 2, 3, we are withdrawing our investment in Kenya. That is how people speak. And I'm not here. I don't want a political response here because Kenyan politics has died. But if politics has died, we can go investment way. Why can't we do it that way? It's a shame. Kenyan billionaires, feel ashamed of yourself. You are not representing us and you don't deserve that money. And that is why if we continue this way, Bernard, in the next 1 or 2 years, I'm even encouraging Kenyans, stop buying from Kenyan billionaires. Anzia kununua vitu yako Uganda or another country. Because these billionaires, we give them money through the business they do with us. And when they have to represent us with their money, they are not representing us. It's a shame. Kenyan billionaires feel ashamed.
Haya, asante sana Bwana Njiru. Ujumbe ndio huo, kila mmoja awajibike. Na kama wakati nilikuwa nasema kwamba hii strike ya madaktari iwe ndio gari tutakalotumia kuokoa nchi hii. Kenyans, let's call ourselves to responsibility. Tolerating an incompetent leader and excusing their incompetence is the surest way to lose the battles of life. Let's not rally together to defend the incompetent, the destroyers of our country. Our sense of responsibility should not allow us to do that. Our political patronage should not supersede the safety of Kenyans and the progress of the country. There is no seller of this country than a person who defends an incompetent leader withdrawing a salary, running on the taxpayers' money, yet using that opportunity to destroy the country. That person is myopic, that person is short-sighted, that person thinks nothing about the next generation. And that is why they must be stopped. And for them to be stopped, let Kenyans get angry. Let Kenyans get out there and say enough is enough. This story of saying that nobody in Africa resigns, we can get people resign. We can get people out of office. We have done before. Anaitwa nani? Kimunya alisema, I would rather die than resign. But what happened? He resigned and he did not die. If we do our homework well, we can change this government. We can change this country. Let us take responsibility. The layback attitude of Kenyans, na ile kusema oh, ni serikali, hakuna vile tunaweza fanya, we can do something about it. We don't need a government that is siphoning our money and doing nothing in safeguarding us. We did not put together a constitution and put a constitution government for it to be giving us press conference and telling us that they're having wherever a flood mitigation emergency meeting for the cabinet. That is not what they are supposed to be paid for. They are supposed to be paid for safeguarding Kenyans. And if they can't, let us get rid of them. And we begin by getting rid of them by beginning to make noise about it. Hii support ambayo mnapeana kwa serikali ya Ruto na wakora wake, hiyo ndio inasumbua. Tunahitaji kila Mkenya amakinike, ainuke, aseme hapana, haiwezekani. And we don't need to be led by political leaders. We don't need to be led by political parties. As Kenyans, we are the ones wearing the shoe. We are the ones being pinched by the shoe. Let's rally together with the doctors, and bring this country to a halt. Even those masters that are shielding Ruto and protecting him, I understand they are now gagging Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta not to say anything, and ensuring that Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta are held busy with the AU and the other things, so that they can leave the looter to continue looting, and he will have nobody to stop him. Let us disappoint those their masters. Let's disappoint the appointer of their head boy. Tukiwa shule hata head boy alikuwa anafinywa. Sitaki kusema sana, Stony PK angekuwa hapa angekueleza vizuri. Eti when head boy haimaanishi huwezi finywa, unafinywa kwa kona, unasomewa. Kwa nini? Wewe ulichaguliwa tu na administration na uko kwa hiyo ofisi for 4 years. After that we will not need you. And so if you're not representing our interests, tunakufinya, na katika hiyo kukufinya utaenda kuambia your masters kwamba watu hawataki hiki na kile. So the people who are defending Ruto, those Western powers that are shielding him and protecting his incompetence, they need to be silenced. And Kenyans should lead the way. Thank you. Wewe Stephen, wewe aya, sema ni nini kinakuchoma?
Leo nimechomwa kabisa. Unajua mimi niko Ulaya, lakini nikiona mambo inafanyika Kenya, kwa maana niko na watoto wengi, niwe Kiswahili na Kisungu. Bernard, the thing happening in Kenya doesn't go well, and thank you for that. You know, you are a sleeping dog. In Kenya, you're just sleeping. Sleep. Where? Where do you sleep? Where your honor is there, not there. Kenya, because of Ruto, me, I told you, he got something called Zubatoni. Have you seen any exercise called Zubatoni? Even in class? Nothing. I told my friend, that's a liar. That's how Ruto is lying to people in Kenya. Do Zubatoni. Zubatoni. Where is it in books? In curricula, if you know that. Yesterday. There's nothing called Ziobatoni in Chiromo. Ruto didn't go to school. Let me start from Ruto. He didn't go to school proper. One day they came there in University of Nairobi. I told them, no, I don't like this one. It was Ruto. Because I saw him, he was a con man, a big con man. Now he's gone in Kenya, he's doing rubbish. His story will end there. But we see, we tell them the story, God bless me. We are going to tell Ruto's story. He doesn't know. This kind of things called, I don't know, geography, whatever. Ruto is not prepared to help Kenya. He's not prepared. When my child here in UK is asking me, water, water, water. Very young child. So, example, our president should declare the state of emergency in Kenya of the of blood. We need the flood.
So Stephen, is it a state
Look,
of
because it was done.
emergency or national disaster? You know, your advice is not adding up, Wana Stephen.
No, it is
National disaster or state of emergency?
No, it's called disaster.
Okay, thank you for that.
Boss, when I was in Wajir, you remember, northern Kenya, the Somalis, you know me. I was there. You declare disaster of emergency. That's what you need.
Thank you. Your point is made, Stephen. Let's rest it there. Bwana Samuel, thank you for trying to get in. Your gadget is not well configured. If you can hear me, Samuel Otete, you should log out. Then when you log in, okay, I think it's adjusting. Okay, let's see. All right, there you go. Now, tafadhali naomba kila mmoja tumakinike katika kuhakikisha kwamba tunatekeleza wajibu wetu. Ni nafasi tulio nayo katika kipindi hiki kukupatia nafasi ya wewe kuongea, na tafadhali tunataka tuitumie vizuri, na kutumia vizuri ni kuelimisha Wakenya vizuri, kuwapatia masuala ambayo itawasaidia kujikwamua kutokana na haya ambayo yanawakumba kwa njia moja au nyingine. Na kile ambacho kinaonekana wazi hapa ni kwamba serikali tulio nayo haifai kuitwa serikali, kwa sababu serikali jukumu lake ni kulinda maisha na kulinda mali ya wananchi. Wakati hiyo haifanyiki kwa njia inayofaa, hiyo serikali inapaswa kutimuliwa, na hiyo ndio jukumu ambalo kila Mkenya analo. I don't want you as a Kenyan to defend and support an incompetent government that is doing harm than good to the Kenyan people. The Kenyan people deserve better, and as Kenyans, we shouldn't tolerate what is intolerable. Let's wake up and say no to the madness that is taking place in this country. William Ruto and team are a huge disappointment, and all that support them, like the Bible says, those that worship idols look like those idols. They have mouth, they don't speak. They have eyes, they don't see. They have ears, they don't hear. Nobody in their right senses, including Atuoli, should be supporting William Ruto in his destruction program of this country. Let me bring in some videos, and then we can bring in Samuel to weigh on the same. Kenyans are angry.
Hiyo saa sita yenu ndio mlichukua kura zetu, na hiyo saa sita yenu ndio bado mnatutangazia shule imeongezwa. Mnataka nini kwa saa sita usiku? Hiyo saa sita ndio mashetani zinaamuka. Yani hiyo inaonyesha serikali ni ya mashetani, si serikali. Mnasema nyinyi ni watu wa Mungu. Hakuna mtu wa Mungu hapo. Maneno ya shule ingetangazwa Friday, Saturday, jana Sunday mchana. Mimi ningeshinda hata nikienda church, nimejua mtoto wangu kesha hataenda shule. Nisharipu fare yangu, mtoto anaenda shule, mtoto anarudishwa kwa barabara. Tayari amekata tiketi ya kwenda Busia. Hiyo tiketi wewe serikali ya Ruto unafikiria na akili yako atarudishiwa ama hiyo atafika Busia tena apige kona arudi? Kwani hapa kazi gani mumetupea ya kutafuta hiyo pesa? Saa hii hao watu wenye wanaangamia. Nasikia Ruto anajenga manyumba. Kwa nini amtoi hao watu mpeleke kwa hizo magorofa mnajenga hata kama haijaisha? Afadhali mtu aishi mali safe hata kama hakuna mlango, lakini yako mali yako safe. Alafu mnasema ati watu waangalie, watu sijui wajipange, watu watoke. Nitatoka hapi aje hapo na hapo ndio shamba yangu? Nitaenda kuishi kwa shamba ya nani? Nitaenda kuishi kwa shamba ya nani na yangu ni hapo hapo hapo. Serikali muangalie Kenya.
Na kwa sehemu kubwa tumeyasitisha, lakini hii ya Mai Mahiu imeleta mpigo mkubwa sana, kwa sababu kufikia sasa bado kuna watu zaidi ya 30 ambayo hawajulikani, pengine 26 hivi hawajulikani mahali walipo. Na kwa sababu hiyo tulikuwa tumetuma vijana wetu wa shirika la National Youth Service kuja kusaidiana na askari wetu hapa kutafuta miili ama search and rescue, na wamefanya kazi kubwa, lakini mahali imefika naona sasa nimewaambia watu wa jeshi wakuje hapa mchana wa leo ndio tuweze kusaidiana na wao pamoja na vijana hawa watafute yale miili mingine ambayo haijapatikana. Ni ya muhimu kwamba sote tushirikiane katika shida hii ambayo imepatikana. Kuna mambo yale mengine mengi na mashirika ambayo wamekuja kuungana pamoja na serikali. Nataka nishukuru shirika la Red Cross, wamekuja hapa na msaada mkubwa. World Health Organization wametuletea madawa ya kutosha, na sio hapa peke yake, katika kila sehemu ya Kenya. Nishukuru pia Amref kwa ile kazi wamefanya kushirikiana na serikali ndio tuweze kukabiliana kwa pamoja na janga hili ambalo limetupata watu wa Mai Mahiu na Wakenya wale wengine walioathirika. Yale mambo mnayohitaji, madawa, blanketi.
Mungu amekasirika na wewe Zakayo. Mungu amekasirika na hii serikali ya Yuda. Mungu amekasirika. Wachungaji wa Nairobi, nyinyi maprofeti, nyinyi manini, nyinyi wenye mnaomba mpaka mtoe dunia mpeleke Uganda, mtoe Kenya mpeleke Zimbabwe. Mungu amekasirika na nyinyi. Ndio maana haya yote inatendeka. Vitu ambavyo mnafanyia Mungu haiendi. Munadanganya watu wapande mbegu. Mbegu ni mbegu gani? Inakuanga mahindi ama maragwe? Maprofeti wa Nairobi, mugeuke. Musipogeuka nyinyi ndio kuni ya kuchoma wenye dhambi. Tena nyinyi ndio mtakuwa kibiriti ya kuhakisha hiyo moto kwa tabia zenyu ambao mnafanya mbaya hizo. Hakuna serikali ya Ruto wewe kitu ambao unafanya. Kazi yako ni kuua, kazi yako ni kunyanyasa, kazi yako ni kupanga na huku unapangua. Tupange tu. Tupange tu, na wakati Mungu atakupanga utajua Mungu ni Mungu. Hii ni serikali gani?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying tuned. Let's keep engaging. Let's keep commenting. And of course, let us know where you're watching from and if you're able to get us. Samuel, how are you today?
Halo bwana Richard, how are you? Habari yako?
Niko salama, hali vipi?
Hali salama sana bwana Richard. Iko namna gani bwana? Nimekomisi sana.
Karibu. Tuambie wewe unatupata ukiwa wapi?
Bwana mimi nakupata nikiwa mahali inaitwa Massachusetts, Boston, United States of America.
Good.
Yeah.
Give your views on what's going on. Raila says Ruto is to blame for ignoring experts' advice about the floods. And now Kenyans are under the rains, others are dead. According to the number of reported by police, or rather by the government, is 169 lives lost. Others are missing and others are injured.
Oh. Wacha nikwambie ndugu yangu, sisi wale watu tuko nje tunashangaa na Kenya, what is going on. Tunajiuliza uko ni kwetu kweli? Hii serikali inakwambia haikuwa tayari kuunga hii serikali. Hebu niambie, saa hii watu wanaambiwa watoke mahali walikuwa wahame. Sasa hebu niambie, wameonyeshwa mahali ya kuhamia kweli? Hakuna mahali wameonyeshwa mahali ya kuhamia, na wamepewa muda, sijui wamepewa 48 24 hours. Sasa wataingia wapi? Basi wangechukua mahali fulani specific place ambao watu wanaweza kusettle, waonyeshwe, wapewe vifaa ile wanasema wapewe vifaa ya kujenga, waonyeshwe, serikali mobilize, because serikali iko na nguvu. Tuko na national youth service, tuko na majeshi yetu ambayo yanaweza kusaidia hii watu within a week wamesettle watu wote, lakini they are doing nothing. Ruto sijui kwa nini, sijui hii watu walipigia Ruto kura, sijui walikuwa na, lakini anyway, we believe Ruto. Tunajua vile Ruto alikuwa ananunua watu. Unakumbuka vile alikuwa anaingia kanisa na kumwaga pesa, hata anapeana mapasta mafadha magari. Saa hii nafikiri hiyo pesa ameanza kurudisha. In fact hii serikali iko tayari. Hebu angalia kama saa hii CS ya Education anatangaza kwamba shule imekuwa extended to reopen next week. Saa hiyo wakati anatangaza usiku, watoto wengine wameripoti tayari shule. Ni serikali gani? Hii ni government. Hawa ni government tubu bwana. Hakuna serikali hapa. Ni Mungu tu anaongoza hii Kenya. Kwa hivyo mimi sioni hii serikali ndugu yangu ikiwa tayari kuongoza watu yetu. Hebu for example angalia mambo ya Ogora, unajua ile ndege alikuwa anatumianga yake, sio yeye alikuwa anatumia, alipewa ndege nyingine ambayo haikuwa yake, hata haikuwa serviced. Ndege ile ilikuwa yake, ilikuwa anatakana atumie, ilipia one of the government signatory ambaye alikuwa sijui anaenda naye Sagana. Sasa hata Ogora bwana, we believe Ogora this is not normal death. Kwa nini alinyanganywa ndege yake ile alikuwa anatumia? Sasa hii wanatuletea stories zingine ati ni sijui nini ilikuwa inasunguka. Ndugu yangu, si serikali, we don't believe on this government. This is a fake government bwana. Hebu angalia binadamu wale wanapigia serikali hii kura, wanatengeneza fake, wanaenda kuchota mchanga huko Kariandusi ndio wanahusia watu. Imagine the government we voted for. Inaenda kuchota mchanga, inahusia watu na hiyo watu hiyo chakula itakuwa namna gani? My friend Richard, this government, this is a fake government. We don't recognize this government. Otherwise, kulingana na mimi, I don't support this government anymore. Mimi nasema tunaomba Mungu tu hii government it is autopilot. Nasukuma na Mungu tu ndiye anatusaidia hapa. Because the government is not ready. Wameona leo tu bila president amesema hiyo watu wahame. Sasa wahame waende wapi? Sijui kama wewe unajua mahali wanahamia ama umeelezwa mahali wanahamia. Therefore, I don't support this government at all, and this is a fake government. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you Samuel, we appreciate that. Ujumbe umefika na kila Mkenya amakinike. Hapa hatuna serikali, tuko na sarakasi. Watu ambao wanapenda madaraka lakini hawataki majukumu ya hayo madaraka. Na ndiposa kila Mkenya lazima awajibike katika kuhakikisha kwamba serikali ambayo haifai haidumu katika uongozi. And one of the things that is really safeguarding this administration is the external forces that are taking care of their interest because of the incompetence of the current leadership. And that's where Kenyans come in. If we rally together and say no to this administration, there is nothing America can do. There is nothing the Western powers can do. The power is with the people. So let the people rally together with the doctors. Let's paralyze everything in this country. Let Ruto and team wajipange. Kwa sababu haifai kuwa na serikali ambayo ina supervise maafa, ina supervise wamemalizana kwa barabara, sasa wameanza kwa mito. Okay? Dams zina overflow. Then wanasema wanaenda kusupervise. How do you go to supervise an already filled dam? What are you going there to supervise? So with the incompetence displayed by this administration is already unforgivable. And so Kenyans, wake up, let's do what we must do. And that is hold Zakayo to account. Hold Zakayo to account. Let's make him unable. Sahi hawezi kwenda kufanya rally Mount Kenya. Bas, tumfungie State House, aanze kuongelea kwa dirisha vile Kibaki alikuwa anatuongelesha fellow Kenyans. Let Kenyans rally together, make it impossible for William Ruto to continue lying to Kenyans so that he can either do his job, failure to which afurushwe. Na tukimfurusha atatoroka. Maswala ya Wakenya kusema serikali haiwezi kubadilishwa mpaka baada ya miaka mitano. There is nothing like that. If somebody messes up while he's in office, he's thrown out. By the way, the head of NCBB wamekamatwa leo, na hiyo mimi naona ni kuta small fish. The big fish is swimming freely. So the managing director sijui nini wa NCBB wamekamatwa leo. Wanakaa ndani mpaka Labor Day ishe. Wamekamatwa jana. Wanakaa ndani mpaka Labor Day ishe. Kesi yao itasikizwa hiyo tarehe 2, na hiyo yote ni kuhusu fake fertilizer. Lakini mtu wa kwanza kukamatwa anapaswa kuwa Linturi, kwa sababu yeye ndo alisema hakuna fake fertilizer. Kama sasa wakubwa wameshikwa kwa sababu ya fake fertilizer, so which is which? Ulituambia hakuna fake fertilizer. We are not scientists to tell whether this fertilizer is fake. The farmers are incompetent in telling which fertilizer is fertilizer and which one is sand. Now that you have confirmed the fertilizer supplied by the NCBB was fake and you have arrested the culprits, why are you still keeping Linturi in office when he was the first one to deny that there is no fake fertilizer? And so let's all realize that we are on our own as Kenyans, and the only way to safeguard this country is to arm ourselves with an understanding that without us standing up for what is rightfully ours, tutabebwa ujinga siku zote. Nashukuru kila mmoja, naomba tafadhali tumakinike kukaribishana na masandio haya na katika Stone PK nimekuona mahali. Kama umefika tafadhali naomba tufanye hima. Is already 3 AM East African time. Na masaa yangu ndio haya yanakaa vingine. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike. Kuwakumbusha tu, we are still paying our bills and we rely on your goodwill to help us do so. So the details are on your screen right now. Let me see some responses. Nimeona response kama moja mbili hivi. Naomba tafadhali tukue serious. Let's move in action. Let's move in action. Send whatever amount you can in support of this channel so that we are able to keep our program running, pay our bills, get everything running smoothly. We talked about backup battery for the studio, and I'm still waiting for the verified scientific report from you guys to come and let me know, because without the backup battery, when the power goes off, it goes off kila mahali. So sahi tumepoteza our audience on X because of the power surge that we had. The details on your screen. Support us, pay our bills. You can use the M-Pesa till number. That is M-Pesa, buy goods and services, till number 516575. And that is for the locals, okay? If you are outside the country, the till number does not work. So don't mix yourself by trying to use the till number. It will cause problems. So use the M-Pesa line that is on your screen right now. The M-Pesa line is +254-718 454 585. The number once again is +254 718 454 585. Bernard Makoha is the name. Please take the screenshot so that you don't misspell the name. M-Pesa is becoming very strict with the misspelled names because of the fraud system that they are swimming into. So tafadhali naomba tumakinike. Nione hiyo namba ya wale ambao wanatuma michango yao ikipanda. I need to see those responses right away. We already Labor Day and we want to close this latest by the 5th tushughulikie kitu kingine, and probably we may also get involved into this mitigation, because what's going on in this country is alarming. I appreciate everybody who is responding. Tafadhali, let me hear and see your name popping on the screen there. Ukituma mchango wako. No amount is too big. No amount is too small. Let's all work together and make a difference. Asante sana. We'll take a short break, and then when we come back, I am hoping Julia, Stony PK, Mato Makndets, tuwai tafadhali. Masandio hayo ni leo nimekaa kwa sababu nilitaka kila mmoja apate nafasi ya kusema yaliyoko, and then of course as we share different views on what is cooking in our country. Short break, we'll be back shortly.
Watch, share, like, subscribe.
The Pharisees couldn't stand him, but they found out they couldn't stop him. Pilate couldn't find any fault in him. Herod couldn't kill him. Death couldn't handle him. And the grave couldn't hold him. Yeah! That's my king. That's my king.
Sound Card Talk sasa imeboreshwa zaidi. Kila siku ya wiki asubuhi tunapambazuka na maabudu na sifa kwenye kipindi cha baadaye tunakuletea mahojiano ya moja kwa moja kwenye one-on-one show.
Kwanza tuanze kwa mtazamo kwamba umeona
vile hali ilivyo, the age that we are living in, so many things are happening.
Alafu nakuletea taarifa zinavyojipuka siku hiyo zikiwa ange kwenye In the News Headlines. Kisha tunaingia bungeni kutazama wabunge na kusikiliza tuliowaleta kupeleka bungeni iwapo iko imara.
Mr. Speaker,
they should not be given an opportunity to be in those committees.
Who told the people to close the business?
Kisha baadaye usiku kuinaangana kwenye udadavusi kamili, Open Forum Political Show.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show.
Fanya akitujue tumepata the right person.
In churches, in funerals, come up and say, oh, it's our turn.
Sasa sound candidate check imekamilika.
Countrywide, the relentless downpour has wreaked havoc, with floodwaters submerging some of the regions while causing massive destruction in some areas. So far, the fatality rate stands at 169 people, according to the latest government figures. Meanwhile, leaders across the country want the government to declare the floods a national disaster. And as Vera Mora reports, the latest forecast shows that the country should expect more rains.
According to Kenya Meteorological Department, the forecast over the month of May marked the cessation of the long rain season in several parts of the country, except for the coastal region and the western sector of the country, where rainfall will continue into June. April marked the peak of the long rain season over most parts except for the coastal region, where the peak is expected in May.
The western region is expected to receive occasional rainfall in May and remain generally dry in June and July. However, areas bordering Uganda and southern Sudan may experience occasional rainfall throughout the forecast period, where the forecast period is May up to July.
The outlook for May 2024 indicates that several parts of the country are likely to experience near average to above average rainfall. Occasional storms are also likely to be experienced.
As a ministry, we are investing substantially in strengthening the early warning capabilities of the Kenya Meteorological Department through modernization to ensure that we continue to increase the efficiency and accuracy of our climate information systems.
Meanwhile, one person died in Kinoo, Kiambu County after a mudslide swept away a house he had sheltered together with two of his colleagues. Elsewhere, high water levels in River Thiba in Mwea West, Kirinyaga County almost claimed the lives of 6 people after a pickup they were traveling in almost plunged into the river. In a harrowing development, the vital artery of the Kapenguria-Lodwar Highway has fallen victim of the wrath of floods. The heavy flooding left travelers on the highway stranded.
Na hii area yenye imekatika tulikuwa na shida ya bandits, ambapo hii barabara kama haijaundwa, mabandits wanaweza tumia hiyo nafasi ya kukuja kutuvamia. Sasa tuwaomba serikali tukimbilie etuundie hii barabara yetu tuweze kupita salama, kwa sababu hii barabara iko under West Pokot near Turkana.
And in Embu, police closed the busy Embu-Meru highway at Ikongo Bridge following the sinking of soil on one side of the bridge. The police advised motorists to use alternative routes. Nicholas Maina, County Police Commander Embu, said they had informed Kenha to assess the road and give an advisory. Meanwhile, water levels at Masinga and Kiambere Dam have reached historic heights. Masinga Dam on Tuesday morning recorded its highest level ever, surpassing those recorded on 7th of May 2020. Kiambere Dam also recorded its highest level ever on the 26th, surpassing the previous historic level on the 29th of November 1997. The latest update by the government dated 29th, counties that have been adversely affected by floods include Nairobi, Tana River, West Pokot, and Homa Bay. Additionally, landslides and mudslides have impacted residents of Murang'a and Nakuru counties. A total of 169 lives have been lost due to the ongoing floods. The mudslides in Mai Mahiu claimed 46 lives. Garissa reported 4 lives lost, while Sindo, Homa Bay, reported another 4 fatalities. A cumulative of 102 individuals have been injured across the affected regions. A total of 91 people are currently missing, with Mai Mahiu accounting the highest figure of 53 still missing. Garissa has reported 16 people. 30,000 households have been displaced, and approximately 190,942 individuals have been affected by this natural disaster. Vera Mura, KTN News, Nairobi.
Time for our break.
Ladies and gentlemen, mambo ni kama hayo. Hali sio salama kwa nchi kwa sababu ya mafuriko, na janga hili kwangu mimi alishughulikiwi na serikali ipasavyo. The reaction aspect of this government is an embarrassment in the eye of the international community, and I still don't get it why we should shield such a leader from being held accountable by the citizens simply because he's serving our interest. This is where I depart in my appreciation of the so-called first world countries in their imposing incompetent leadership to nations that require proper leadership in order for them to rise up and become first world as the rest of the world needs to. And so as we endeavor to engage in our conversation, let's not lose sight of the fact that if something is going to be done, it will take you and me. And from where we are, let's make noise. I can see Mugambi lamenting that we lack unity. We don't need unity. I am, like everybody knows, I'm a church minister. And one of the things that I don't so much subscribe to is when people say, let us gather together as Nairobi pastors so that we pray together in unity. Jesus said we should be in unity. The unity, especially of the church, is not organized unity. The church is called the body of Christ. Na kuna siku wewe unaamkanga uambie mkono tafadhali, tunapoondoka mkono ya left kubaliana na mkono ya right, na miguu ya right na left tuondoke pamoja tukitoka kwa kitandani. We are already a unit. We are already one. All we need to do is shout from wherever we are. Just like when your head is aching, the hand will accept the head is aching, the leg will accept the head is aching, and every other part of the body will do. So let's not wait for organized unity. Let's get into the system. Right now, doctors on the street, what are we waiting for? Let's join them. And if you can't join them physically, let's join them psychological. Let's join them in one way or another. Let's engage our handles online. Let's sensitize our brothers and sisters at home to get involved into what is happening. And before you know it, the whole country is on fire. So let's not wait for political organized striking or demos. Let Kenyans lead the way. And university students, I want to remind you that the second liberation and all other liberations that have ever taken place in this country would not have taken place if it were not for the university students who could make Nairobi not function. And of course, in that way, the government had to listen. The Moi government was stubborn. The Moi government was no nonsense when it came to listening to the plight of the people. But what happened when the University of Nairobi and the other students stood up and say, you must listen to us, you must do what is good for Kenya? We saw changes taking place. And so let's not be cowards. Let's rise up. Let's, riot. Let's riot. We can't take this. Ati mtu anakuweka kidole kwa macho, wewe unaendelea kuvumilia. Anakukanyaga kwa mguu, unaendelea kuvumilia. Anakunyima chakula, unaendelea kuvumilia. Anakunyima matibabu, unaendelea kuumia. Anakunyima masomo, unaendelea kuvumilia. Sasa unavumilia ukue nini? At the end of the day, he's killing you. So he would rather kill you quickly than having to kill you eventually. So tafadhali, let's rise up. Let's make noise. Let's use our Facebook. The social media is now giving you an opportunity to air out what you view. Let's get Ruto must go hashtag on the move. Let's ensure that what is good for this country is being, executed. What were TikTok? Make use of your channel properly. Nimetumiwa video ingine Kanyari anafundisha watu jinsi ya kukaa, jinsi ya kukatia wasichana. Now, look at the kind of things we are doing. Wacha tu nisikasirike, lakini muda wangu ndio huo unayoyoma. Naomba tafadhali ni mlete mama wetu azungumze kwanza. Njiru tegea hapo hapo. Kenya ni maandamano kamili, karibu mami.
Thank you Bernard. Nasalimia Njiru, nasalimia Steven na Wakenya wote pahali wako. Salamu nyingi. It is very sad to see how our country is really deteriorating day by day. Na hawakosi maneno ya kusema hata wakiona wamekosea. Instead of even being remorseful, they want to show us that they are going to do this, to do that, which they have never done. And in fact, even now, those are promises. I don't think they are going to fulfill any promises they are promising. But then it's too late for them to promise. Because I believe the meteorological department needed to have known in advance that this is going to happen. Not about the dams, but the rain, the heavy rain. So what do? Disaster preparedness. And that is what they would have done. Having that they know that this is the cause, the rain is going to be heavy. How about the dams? Send your people there, go check. Don't take risk on anything, because this is something that they ought to have known, that there will be heavy rain coming. But Ruto ni nani? Sasa sahi anasimama hapo kwa kamera anatuambia nini? After we have lost all these souls, unatuambia nini? Ni nini inaweza rudisha uhai wa hao watu? Hata akiongea hivyo anaongea. Now the other thing is, kwa nini hawa wanafanyaga mambo baada ya disaster? Disaster ikifanyika ndio wanajuaga ati sasa tutafanya hivi. How can you do that? How do you lose souls of other people, then you start thinking that this is what we are going to do? And I believe meteorological had the mandate of telling him, and maybe he was advised, but he took it easy. He never mind about people's life. Na hivyo ndivyo ameendelea mpaka tumepoteza watu. Na tunaendelea na kupoteza. Hello?
Just a moment, let me just confirm what you are saying. It is not that maybe he was advised. The meteorological department issued the warning long time ago about El Nino. But what did he do? He forced that head of that department to come and recant that warning on TV, and he claimed that there is no El Nino after collecting the money for disaster preparedness. So he channeled that money either in his suits and his unnecessary trips, and now whatever he said is not there has happened. That's why he's too ashamed to stand up and own up. The lives that we are losing now, should be claimed on the head of William Ruto.
Thank you, Bernard. I didn't know. I had no clue, Bernard. I didn't see, I didn't hear. So it's good that we have got many people who are getting views and getting news from all corners. I didn't know that. I was thinking maybe he had been advised, but many times Ruto have been given so many things, information in advance, but he has been ignoring, and things come to happen. And what happens is a disaster to the human beings. Ni shida kwa wananchi, lakini yeye hashughuliki. Yeye anafikiria tu maslahi yake ya kununua magari expensive na kufanya mambo yake ambayo amezoea. So this is not an example. It is something that has been treading with him, that he has been ignoring all warnings, ignoring all what is going on in Kenya, and things are not going right. So now we have a problem. to give people a lot of chicken in life, they feel alone, they feel left out, and so we're not going to survive in this way. We start fighting for that, and I believe we're going to do it out of no return. It's very bad. Niliona hiyo mambo ya Maimakio, it's a place I know very very well. Nikashtuka na nikaamini ndani ya hiyo marundiko ya hiyo takataka yote watu wako huko ndani. I just imagine somebody's relative is in those rubbish. Hizo takataka zote ambazo zimeokotwa na hiyo maji. Unajiuliza tu, where was the government in advance? And this is the only way people could have gotten the information that they can go.
Okay, sorry mami, ni kama itilafu ya mitambo kwako, ukirejea utaendelea, lakini ujumbe umefika. Na nashukuru hapa Esther Kabiru anasema he was told but instead of preparing he prayed. Nyangau Nyakundi anasema walisema maombi iliondoa mafuriko. And that is what we are saying. The Ruto administration want to use prayers instead of articulating government policies in safeguarding lives. And when you resort to prayer for a practical problem, what happens is you are looking for who to blame when the answer does not come. I've not seen any government work like this one, except what we are being treated to is the Jezebel Ahab episode at play at State House. Madam Ruto anaongoza maombi, Ruto akijibu haya maombi kwa press conference. Na tusipochihadhari kama vile Jezebel na Ahab waliishia, hapo ndipo hii nchi itaishia na serikali mbaya kama hii. Mami, you are back. Please continue.
Sorry, I think I had a disconnection with the internet a bit. Mimi sikuwa na mambo mengi, ni hayo tu nilikuwa nataka kufikishia Wakenya wajue hakuna mtu anawaangalia maslahi yao. Huyu mtu hana haja hata dakika moja. Hata hiyo kuongea kwake vile anaongea hapo, ni mtu ako na haraka, aongee aondoke aende safari zake. He has no moral. He has no remorse of what is happening in Kenya. If he has remorse, actually, as he did to that, what you have said, Bernard, he should even not think about coming to stand there to tell us anything. He knows he stands against any development or any safety of our country. Kwa hivyo asituonyeshe kama ako na haja na nchi yetu, hana haja. Ni shida tu ametuletea, na hata aliambiwa kitu mzuri sana. Museveni gave a very good speech. However, I don't agree with him in some instances, but I agreed with him what he said at KICC. Watu wako wanatafuta pesa yao ya kukula na kuweka kwa mfuko. They don't think about the country or the inhabitants, which was very, very correct, straight to the face. Ruto ni yule mwingine na yule mwingine wa presidents wote wa Afrika wajiangalie na wajionyeshe heshima yao ni gani kwa wananchi wao. So in Kenya right now disaster ime strike, hakuna mtu anaangalia hiyo maslahi ya watu hapo. Imagine Bernard, the very time that thing was happening, it would have been spread all over. Jeshi wangekuwa wamejaa huko na mabuldoza yao ya kufanya kazi yao wakisaidia hao watu. Imagine watu ndio wanajisaidia wenyewe. Jeshi wako wapi? Huyu mkubwa wako wapi? Huyu naye mwingine nimemwona kwa ndege ati anaangalia kama ni kama anaangalia zebra ama wale wild beast wakivuka Masai Mara. He is just showing off. Wanakuja kuongea nini? If you had the idea that it is going to strike, how would you not let those departments work their way? Ama wale watu ambao wako kwa hiyo side of disaster, prevention, waanze kazi yao mapema. Why do you put Kenyans at such a risky moment or situation while you know that there was something that was announced. It was so sad and so devastating for us to know that there was announcement that the people would have taken heed so that they can prevent maafa hii yote imefanyika. But now our people are gone forever. Forever, they will not be seen anymore. But they went in a very a very gruesome way, very painful way. Na sasa hatuna namna, hatuna vile tunaweza warudisha. So Bernard, to me, I feel so saddened and I feel big loss has happened in Kenya. There are those parents who will not see their children. There are those children who will never see their parents because of somebody carelessness. Kusimama kwake kuongea hapo, he does not deserve even to talk to us. He should even keep quiet as he ignored the disaster information. He could stop even talking to us. Atupatie sisi wakati wetu, tukae na uchungu na hiyo maafa yote, tuendelee kuzika watu wetu, lakini asije kutuambia chochote, because the more he talk, the more he's putting pain to us. Otherwise, nashukuru wa Kenya, Mungu awasaidie, tuone vile tutafanya, kwa sababu huyu mtu lazima aondoke. It's not time to give him time to stay there. He is going to deteriorate our country completely and our people dying aimlessly. I'm so sorry for everybody who lost their people. I condole with them. Na Mungu awape nguvu za kuweza kuvumilia, kwa sababu bado wako na uchungu milini yao, simply because they are in hospital, wako hai na wanafikiria, wanakumbuka that trauma, how they lost their children or their parents. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mami. Message home, everybody. Let's understand what's happening and give it proper response. And just before Njiru takes it, here is what Mama is talking about. That is your deputy president in a chopper looking at the floods. I can tell you that we are in problems more than we bargained for. I mean, even if you have to, should you report it? Yani masuala ya serikali yanafanywa na sarakasi kama hii. Hii ni mambo ambayo haiwezi kuvumilika. Okay, here is another one. CS Interior anasema Kenyans intentionally using flooded roads to be arrested and charged with attempt suicide. That is a whole professor of law. A whole professor of law talking. There is something wrong with UDA. When you go there, you have to unscrew your head and leave it elsewhere because it gets damaged eventually. Too sad that we are losing great people that could have been a solution to useless leadership that is incompetent. By the way, zile print alikuwa ameleta 80 passports zinatoka, zimeahirishwa. Zitoi passport tena, inaonekana printer pia zilikuwa fake. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wameambiwa wangoje tena mashini ziangaliwe. This is disaster. Lastly, on this one, government suspends passport application collection after system failure. That's what I was talking about. Walisema wameleta 5 printers. They are now going to be printing thousands of passports in a day. Now the backlog will be finished, but now followed by this. Is there anything the Kenya Kwanza administration does that is going to work? Hii ni laana ama ni nini? All the same, asanteni sana. Na naendelea kuwakumbusha tafadhali tuendelee kutuma michango. Sioni simu ikionyesha dalili ya watu kurespond. Tafadhali msiniwache kwa mataa. Mmeniacha kwa mataa for 2 months. Mko karibu kunifurusha hapa. Tafadhali tujitolee, tufanye yote ambayo tunapaswa kufanya kuhakikisha kwamba we keep the program running and we keep the channel viable. Remember, we were on strike for 21 days on our main channel. That means for 21 days we've been inactive, so the channel is low. We are trying to fight to put it back where it's supposed to be. So we are relying absolutely on your goodwill for us to keep running the show. Asante sana. Tafadhali, here are the details again. Those of you asking for them, screenshot that so that you always have it with you, and then use that. That's the only bona fide official number for sending your contribution towards the support of paying bills on Sound Candid Talk. Either use the till number 516575, Sound Candid Talk, or the M-Pesa line number +254 718 454 585. The number once again, +254 718 454 585. Bernard is the name. Asante sana. Mr. Njiru, here we go.
Yeah. Okay, Bernard is sawa. Me, I want to put my final comment.
Nitatuma hiyo pesa, nitatuma hiyo pesa. Kama unajua, kesho nitatuma hiyo.
Asante bwana Otete, nimekusikia. You know, countries make mistakes on leadership occasionally, by the way, and there is nothing as hard as waiting for another election when you feel, or when you see like things have gone in the direction where you think it shouldn't have gone there. We have many countries whereby unakuta saa zingine a regime has changed and things have gone to the worst suddenly, and simply because there is this illusion of democracy which has been sold to people, you have still to wait for that presidential term to end. But the beauty which some of the countries have is that they have shorter presidential terms. That is the benefit which people have. So munasema ni sawa, kuna makosa, but 4 years is not a death sentence. We can wait, and maybe something better will happen. That is why for me I feel, because unajua saa zingine watu wanakuja wanakosa formula kabisa ya kutoa pwagu. That is why for me, and this is my ask, I do not agree with a 5 years presidential term. For me, a 5 years presidential term, anyway, it's my parting shot. There's a reason why I'm saying this. 5 years presidential terms is a very bad time for people when you have a wrong government. And now I hear they even wanted 7 years. Can you imagine Ruto with 7 years? Ruto aliingia the other day, but the amount of fatigue Kenyans have, you might think Ruto became Kenyan president in 1991. Ile fatigue watu wako nayo, Bernard, it is not a joke. And if there is something which people need to invent, we have to start inventing of how to bring down governments. Because as Kenyans, we are very poor on that. Bernard, and unajua saa zingine some of us ambao tunasomanga kidogo, we always give ourselves homework. Uko na homework pahali. I think Kenyans have a homework which they don't want to do. So Bwana Otete and all the people who are hearing us here, mimi nataka kuwapea homework. Ladies and gentlemen, the homework which we have is, how do we bring Ruto down? It seems it's not a question which anyone is willing to ask and answer. And Bernard, I think we need to start now speaking about that openly. Tusianzie kujificha tena. I think we have been hiding information. The days of castigating Ruto are done. We cannot come here and start castigating or criticizing Ruto. Criticizing Ruto is like asking the devil, why are you in hell? and that's where he belongs. Kwa njia fupi ama kuanzia kuuliza shetani, kwa nini ulifanya yule mama akule the Adam Zipo? It's like asking the devil kwa nini unakoseshanga watu? It's like asking the obvious. So that is why personally I stopped castigating Ruto.
Make me laugh. The devil is in captivity.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that we are beyond castigating Ruto. We are beyond saying this guy is not thinking. He will never think. We are beyond waiting for anything. Now, we now need to have a transition. You see, in football, especially in modern day football, na bana sijui kwa nini wanataka kunimaliza maneno. the modern day football. The reason why I want to explain the modern day football. The modern day football, there is a new term they're introducing. They are calling it transition, whereby from the defense you can be able to transit the ball all the way to the strikers, and you do a goal. And we are having players who can do that. So in Kenyan politics now we have to reach that level. Tumecheza mchezo ya kawaida sana, na hii mchezo yetu ni kama tumeshindwa na kufanya transition. Na bana, saa zingine watu wakilemewa na kitu waseme if Kenyans cannot be able to cause a revolution, including some of the people who have been very senior politically, watokeze tu waambie wa Kenya, sisi formula ya kutoa Ruto ni kama hatuna. We need a consultancy. Kuna mtu wako na information of what can be done. Any Kenyan who knows how we can get Ruto out, ajitokeze. We have now to reach that level. But certainly, I mean, we cannot rely on political class for our solutions now. But on the same time, Wakenya wajielewi. Majority of Kenyans, we are politically and understanding our rights. We are in the play group. Hatujaingia shule ya mapinduzi. Wakenya wajaingia shule ya mapinduzi, wako play group. Inaitwa nini? Chekechea. Tuko shule ya chekechea in terms of understanding who we are. So we have to get out of that phase of understanding who we are and our expectation for the government. Na tujue ya kwamba kama kiongozi hawezi fanya jambo lolote, you can force people out. But I know what is ailing Kenyans, by the way, Bernard. What is ailing Kenyans is we do not have experience. Na Bernard, lazima tuanzie kuongea hapa ukweli. Kenyans have no experience of bringing a government down. We don't have, including our political class. No one has experience of how it is done. So what we do, we express anger, we talk, but we are not able to advance that towards a meaningful fight. It's simple. How do you bring a government down? You choke it. Choke it. You see, if we had people who understand us, na hii ndio ile maneno tumekuwa tukisema Bernard, tunaweza jitolea tuseme tuumie miezi 2 ama miezi 3 until we make sure that this government is down. Bwana Bernard, today, if a sizable number of Kenyans said hatutaki kukua addressed na Mr. Ruto, we don't want Gachagua there, hatutaki Moses Kuria hapo, itatendeka hivyo. But why is it that still people are not doing anything? They are addressing us. It's insane, insanity. Bernard, something terribly wrong with the Kenyans. There is something, you cannot tell me there is, what is happening in Kenya now? There is no even a militia group which is even trying to come up.
Boss, economy. We took all, when Uko was done, when Uko was dead, we took all the buses from Nairobi to Kangemi. Yeah, because you were just talking, talk. These are Kenya.
Njiru, conclude, please. It's a few minutes to 4 a.m. East African time. Let us begin.
This point in Afanya is very important because I feel Bernard, I don't know if PIE program yet to start, we have to start transiting towards now teaching Kenyans on how now, or to asking Kenyans what do we need to do, who do we need to contact. But suddenly,
Mr. Njiru, what you're asking, you know, it's not possible. Okay? It's not possible except there is what you're after. Nobody plans that in public. This is a public platform. I don't know to what you are speaking to.
I agree, but we are too silent.
Yes, so let's do this. We are too silent and you are talking.
In terms of, I'm saying in terms of action.
We must occupy. Occupy means every change begins by change of mind. So you have given a suggestion of transiting. That transition begins by transition of ideas and way of thinking and looking at things. Not arming a militia group to go and do what? Because that in itself is already out of boundary, and when that begins to happen from this platform, we can kiss it by. We can kiss it by, and that's the end of it. And you will be putting some of us in jeopardy. So, tafadhali, let's deal with this maturely, soberly, and remember, incompetent governments come up with funny propaganda machinery to use as an excuse to do evil. Moi government used the self-inflicted coup of 82 to become ruthless and destroy lives of Kenyans. Came up with another narrative of Mwakenya, which was an NIS brainchild for Moi to use as an excuse to maim Kenyans, arrest Kenyans, and detain them without trial. So if we begin to talk in a certain way, what we are doing is giving Ruto an excuse to begin to, claim there is an outlaw group that is gathering up. It wants to overturn the government, and because of that, the constitution is suspended. The judges are not going to look at anything and all that. And what happens? What Stephen was talking about, a state of emergency. And the state of emergency has no time limit, not in the constitution, not in the history. And so when we have a bad government, we must give it a very sound, wise approach in overthrowing it. To overthrow it, we can't do it carelessly and openly.
Yeah, a state of emergency.
Okay, I am getting it. But you see, Bernard, what happens there? When you are responding to a rogue government, you respond in groups. You have to form formation. Right now, Kenyans, we have to start forming formation. That's how you fight. You cannot just fight without anything. Like you need, like we need liberation groups with names which are known. And I want to mention like a few which I know, and they actually help in agitation. Even the civilized democracy, they form groups. If you go in America, there are those who have Antifa, there are those who have Black Lives Matter, there is the Proud Boys, there are like millions of groups. Those groups are anchor groups, like there is even Liberty Moms now in America. So there's no in which you can tell me like Kenyan moms or Kenyan women cannot form agitation groups. Kenyan men are not having agitation groups. Kenyan youth are not having agitation groups. And then we are saying, because those agitation groups are the ones which revolutionize or connect people. So vijana wamama wanashikana, lakini we suddenly need, unaona kama vile like kama vile unasikianga jeshi ya baba groups kama hizo. Now we need agitation groups on all sides. We need an agitation group which is geared towards getting out people out of this problem of the child. But
conclude please, Njiru tafadhali. Na
yeah,
Steve,
what I was saying, what I'm saying, in a nutshell, what I'm saying is we need agitation groups. That is my conclusion. Women for liberation, men for liberation, and we register people, by the way. Youths for liberation, and those groups are the ones which, even as you wait for political time, they make even zinaanzia kuwafanya ni kama hata time inasonga. But the way we are now, miaka tano itakaa miaka 100. Ngojea kidogo, miaka tano itakaa miaka 100, because tuko tu pale, we have no any agitation group at all. So Bernard, as you conclude, sababu najua unafunga, tell me if you know any agitation group in Kenya. And don't tell me of Mungiki, Chingororo, all those ones which are bygone. Those are bygone. I need a serious agitation group.
Are you giving information or you are asking for information? I think the best question we need to be asking here is what happened to the civil society? Because the liberation of this country was led by the civil society. What happened? Where is Maina Kiai? What happened to the human rights, wherever, lobby groups? Those are bona fide registered groups that are being funded. What are they using their funding for? To defend Ruto, to safeguard the so-called administration? We have enough civil societies. They only appear during the petition for the presidential after Raila has petitioned the government. They go there, they say they are interested parties. Thereafter, we don't see them anymore. So all the civil societies need to come out. These lives we are losing, there are too many lives to be lost when we are all quiet. And with those groupings and, of course, them stepping into the space and agitating for a free Kenya, a Kenya where the government is responsible for the lives of Kenyans, then we have a direction to take. But if we are going to work with Chingororo, Machamba, wherever, Musumbichi wa kwetu hao, na hiyo group ingine, then we will be a dislodged group and dislodged as a sect. In the process, we make it very easy for William Ruto to silence everybody. So, tafadhali, let's begin with the conversation, push the conversation, sustain the conversation, let the conversation begin to yield result by getting people converted into understanding the country is in bad shape and it needs people to salvage it. I think we need Operation Okoa Kenya. Operation Okoa Kenya as an agency and as, a force, Operation Okoa Kenya, so that everywhere the hashtag is Operation Okoa Kenya. Kenya is sinking, Kenya is dying, Kenya is being destroyed, and the people destroying it are the ones in power. With that, we'll easily declare William Ruto the enemy of the people, and the people will do what they should do. But for now, lazima tuwajibike. And thus, I believe what we are doing and what we are saying here is valid and necessary. Tuendelee kuongea, lakini tusimalize wakati tunafunga station, kila kitu imeisha, kila mtu anangoja another show. No. When we close the show, go and carry out the show on the WhatsApp group, carry out the show on Facebook page, carry out the show on X handle. Let the fire be sustained. Not for us to be steaming here with fire and thereafter we go quiet, we wait again for another show to begin na tunakuja kushout hapa. Lazima tumakinike kwa kujua kwamba ukombozi wa nchi hii utahitaji a more serious approach than what we are giving. Thank you very much. Naomba tumalizie hapa tafadhali. 4 AM imenipata hapa leo ni muujiza, lakini naomba muniachilie ning'atuke. So kabla ning'atuke, tumpatie Otete naye aseme ya kwake, kisha tutafunga. Lakini katika kufunga, tafadhali wale ambao mjatuma msaada yenu, na ingoja kwa hamu na gamu. Don't let me down, please. I am counting on your faithfulness and on your support. Mr. Samuel, karibu. Samuel, endelea. Unmute.
Sasa hebu angalia madaktari
Yes, nimekupata. Endelea.
Madaktari wamegoma. Sasa unaona watu wanaendelea kukufa. Watu wanakufa mahospitali, hakuna madaktari. Sasa tunaelekea wapi? Sio ati Kenya imekosa pesa. Because Ruto alienda akakopa pesa mingi nje than Uhuru. Na just within a year ameenda amekopa pesa more than zile Kenyatta aliomba 10 years. Na madaktari wamegoma, watu wanaendelea kukufa. Kufuatana na hiyo, watu wanaendelea kukufa maji. Na watu wanaangalia tu, wananyamaza tu. Sasa tunaelekea wapi? Tunasema tuko na serikali. Serikali hii ni ya pandia. Fake CS. Uhuru Ruto alichagua CS wakora tupu. Wote ni wakora. Unaona wengine wanaenda kutujotea mavi ya nguruwe, mavi ya mbuzi ati ndio mbolea. Na watu hawaongei. Na hiyo CS yako kwa ofisi hakuna mtu anachukua hatua. Sasa hebu tuende airport. Airport inanyesha kama nje. Alafu ana blame Kenyatta. Mpaka saa hii Kenyatta ndiye yako kwa serikali. Kulipea airport imekuwa shida. Hata nyumba ya mtu binafsi hawezi kuweka hata polten paper. Ndio isinyeze. Jameni, tumeona aibu hata international. Murkomen saa hii haongei. Pesa ile inasanywa ya tax na ndio imeongezeka zaidi. Tax yameongeza na shida ndio inazidi kuongezeka. Alafu ile gari inanunuliwa my friend ya mamilioni. Hebu angalia for example, mfano ile imefanyika, our general amekufa. Mnasema ati general alikufa accidentally. Hakuna kukufa accidentally. Ndege ya Ogore ile alikuwa anatumia, nani alikuwa anatumia siku hiyo? Alafu ndege ya Ogora inapewa wanasiasa ndio wanatumia. Na watu hawaongei. It's too shameful. Kulingana vile mimi naona, nimesikia chama moja hapa move for reparation ya Kenya. Okoa Kenya. Hiyo kitu kama watu wangejiorganize, tuone vile tutaokoa hii Kenya. Because watu wanakufa, hakuna mtu anashughulika. Saa hii Ruto anasema watu wahame kutoka kwa mahali walikuwa wanaishi. Watahamia wapi sasa? Hakuna mahali wametengewa, wanaambia muende mahali fulani. ama wawekwe mahali fulani wachengewe huko. Hakuna vifaa, hiyo vifaa amesema wapewe, hakuna. Sasa leo wanalala wapi leo? Nafikiria saa hii Kenya ni usiku. Leo wamelala wapi na inaendelea kunyesha? Richard, I don't think Kenya iko tayari. Hii serikali yetu ni autopilot. Otherwise, mimi najua unataka kusema ati saa imeisha. Kama ingewezekana watu naona iko mzee mmoja hapa anataka apewe nafasi. Naomba watu yetu wanasiasa waangalie mambo ya kwanza, hiyo mambo ya mbolea. Rentuli atolewe, sio anatolewa lini? Tungekuwa tunasikia Rentuli ametolewa kwa ofisi saa hii, tungekuwa tunafurahi. Sasa unajua mwaka ujao hatuna chakula mahindi.
Sasa yangu mkubwa. Sasa mimi mtaongea na mimi. Kwa bwana hakuna kitu mnaongea.
Otherwise Richard, mimi nasema nashukuru kwa kunipea hiyo nafasi, lakini watu tukasane, tulie kabisa, watu tulie, ndio kama tutalia hakuna nini, hakuna namna tutaokoka. Ile ng'ombe inapiganga nduru all the time ndio inakamuliwa kabla ile nyingine. Otherwise, thank you very much Richard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Samuel, tunashukuru ujumbe umefika, lakini kwangu mimi swala ni Operation Okoa Kenya sio kitu ambayo ni ngumu kuanzisha. Shida ni kuendeleza. Wakenya tuko na ile msemo ya kwetu, kule kwetu huwa tunasema amakema sendaswa. The termites, you know the termites and the ants. Before the termites come out, it is the ants that lead the way. And when the ants come out of the hole, they don't go far. But when the termites come out, they go and fly away. And then as soon as the termites have flown away, the ants reorganize themselves, go back and close the shimos. Kenyans were very good in sensitizing people and getting people to take action. But when that action is deployed, we shrink back and begin now to be diverted into trivialities. Okay? For example, like what we are doing here, this conversation here, we were part and parcel of Bunge la Wananchi. Okay? Right now, Bunge la Wananchi has been taken over by UDA. UDA has bought almost everybody in the Bunge la Wananchi ya Jacaranda. We have very few, I think 2 or 3 who are still standing. Now, all that is by reason of what? As Kenyans, encouraging these young people to stick their neck for the country, but leaving them without care, without support in the middle of the struggle. Any struggle that will yield result, it needs to be funded, it needs to be supported, and that support needs to be endless. So, kama tunataka Operation Okoa Kenya, we can start it right away. But who is going to sustain it? Are we not going to turn around and say, oh, how do you know that this is going to work? Are you sure this is going to work? And the moment you begin to suspect yourself, you lose the steam and you lose the war. William Ruto can be kicked out of office if Kenyans wake up. All we need to do is get Nairobi at the airport. Si anataka kwenda America sijui. Yeah, you say we will not land back. A million march. We occupy the airport. He's not landing back. Just like the Prime Minister of Haiti. When the Prime Minister of Haiti aliambiwa hakuna kulande hapa, what happened? So Kenyans can get this job done and done very fast. But we need Kenyans of like mind and who can get this work done by ensuring that we are working in the same direction. Lakini hii ya kusemezana alafu hapa tukifunga show kila mtu anaenda na tunaanza kuuliza maswali mengine ambayo hayana kichwa wala mguu. Asante. Na kupatia muda wako kukamilisha tafadhali. Give your last point. Let's close the show.
Okay. Thank you, Bernard. You are a very good man. You talk sense. If we can have 5 people in Kenya like you know the other show. You talk sense. Yeah. What I want to say is this. I'm Steve. I'm a Kenyan, a real Kenyan. Ruto has to go by all means. That's what we want. But you cannot add your former. Ruto will be gone. It's called what? Because I'm a lawyer. These people are dying in Kenya. Yeah. And there's a case in where? This guy is looking at me. That is what you want to know now. Ruto has a case. He killed the witnesses in Kenya. He's a killer, #1 killer. So I was like, this guy who killed people, surely. The Hague, Switzerland. Yeah. We need Ruto to go there to answer those charges, including his lawyer, the one who he killed yesterday. Root, some people are called serial killer. Me, I'm a criminologist. I can see you. If you want to kill me, I cannot allow you in my house. But Ruto, I've seen him. He's a serial killer. He likes killing people. He killed Musando. He killed even this one next to his house. That's why the ghost of State House is visiting. Me, I'm a Kenya. I know everything. Ruto cannot go to State House because he killed a lot of people in Kenya. We are going to deal with this Ruto because he cannot kill everybody. Surely, how can Ruto kill me here, Ojuang? So he want to kill even my children and everyone's children. We have to deal with this Ruto. It's a Ruto. It's a con man. It's a liar.
Exactly. Your point is made, Bwana Stephen. Let's call it a day there, and let's not stop the agitation after the show. Let's continue with the agitation. I will encourage you, if you're not part of our WhatsApp group, drop me your number, your WhatsApp number. I'll add you to our WhatsApp group where there is engagement in this conversation throughout the day, throughout the night. And more than ever, it is now clear there is no hope with the Ruto administration in securing the future of this country. And so the earlier we accept that and begin to do something to help the situation, the better. And all Kenyans who really love this country, I want this country back. This is now your chance to be part of Operation Okoa Kenya. Na katika hiyo hali, kila Mkenya lazima aingie kwa hilo inaitwa nini, huo mkondo ili tuokoe nchi. What we are having is a problem that cannot go away with us sitting back and waiting for an opportune time. We can create that opportune time and get things done. But in the meantime, I really want to call us to be on the forefront. And like I was saying, sustaining a program like this is costly. And if you're not able to sustain it, what about the lobby group, Operation Okoa Kenya? Because we will need 47 offices. 47 offices in 47 counties. We'll have sub-county offices. We need to get people, to operate. So, mimi naomba tafadhali, charity begins at home. Let's do what we must do first, and thereafter we can engage. But in the meantime, Stephen, wewe leo sijui itakuwaje, lakini nimekuwa hand over kwa Lala. Lala atakuelekeza kwa masuala mengine. Cha muhimu hapa, naomba tu tafadhali tunapotamatisha kipindi isikue mwisho wa wewe kurespond. Details za wewe kutuma mchango wako acha nikupatie tafadhali, it's important. For the past 2 months we have not done well. We are in arrears. Like I said, we are not even able to do our field work because our mobile internet is on arrears, and we can't sustain this like that. So kila moja, like for example, I have 74 people viewing right now. If each one just sent 1,000 each, will settle our bills. Tafadhali, don't limit yourself to 1,000. You can do more than that. You can do less than that, but do something. Usiwe tu unakuja enjoy show alafu unaenda. We want you to be a participant, not a spectator in what makes things happen here. So I really want, by the time we come for the next show, I'll give you the report of how far we have gone. But from the look of things, the responses are not forthcoming. Like I've seen only 2 responses since we started the show, and the show has been running for 4 hours now. And so you can see that the response is not encouraging. I encourage us, please, let's move into action. I know we are having a rough time. We are not in the best of economic situation, but no matter where we find ourselves, let's do our best as we trust God for the rest. So tafadhali, let me see that M-Pesa notification coming. You can either use the till number 516575, which is Lipa na M-Pesa till number 516575, Sound Candy Talk, or M-Pesa line +254718 45485. 454. Let me pick that again. +254718 454-585. +254718 454-585. Don't mix up the numbers and don't mix up the name. Is Bernard Makoha. Thank you for always being here and of course supporting the channel and ensuring that we are staying on air and we are continuing to converse around what must be done to save our country. Thank you very much. With this, we begin to close. The Linturi, wherever impeachment has been approved by Wetangula. We don't know how far that will go, but with this, we close.
Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has attributed the extensive flooding at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport to inadequate drainage infrastructure. Following his visit to the airport 2 days after the flooding incident disrupted operations, the CS announced the installation of gutters to address the issue. Additionally, he assured that a modern roofing solution would be completed in the next 1 month to prevent future occurrences. Ben Kirui reports.
2 days after extensive flooding at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport's cargo section and Terminal 1C, Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen visited the airport to conduct an assessment of the affected areas. While touring the heavily impacted sections, the CS identified poor drainage and blockages as the primary causes of the problem.
Warehouses already have protective grill that protects water entering their facilities, and I encourage the other ones that are still operating there to do the same. Some of them also are below, they are on the lower service, making it difficult for them also to manage the water seepage. Just have a problem at the airport. We also have a problem on the roads around the city, which I have told you that it goes into the serious drainage problem in the city, including the encroachment on the riparian areas in the city.
At Terminal 1C, where leaking roofs disrupted services and inconvenienced passengers, the CS attributed the problem to aging infrastructure. He, however, made assurances of a comprehensive overhaul of the tent structure with immediate measures including gutter installations to mitigate rainwater accumulation while a modern roof is under construction. He said the modern roof would be completed within a month.
A very old infrastructure. Part of the leakage was in relation to the roofing that you are seeing here, and particularly the one that happened recently is because, as you can see, construction is going on. If the contractor leaves site today and that water falls directly on top of the old infrastructure there, it causes the leakage that happened. So what the contractor has done, even as they continue completing the roofing, you can see they're trying to put the gutters as they move forward. And by the way, let's not be as a country hyperbolic. You know, when a small problem happens in our country, let's not become too hysterical.
The flooding caused the destruction of goods in the cargo section's cold room, with the CS extending sympathies to affected owners, noting that insurers have addressed the losses.
Kwa sababu hiyo ni biashara ya kibinafsi, na pia unajua kwamba biashara hizo wako na insurance companies wenye wanafanya kazi pamoja. Kwa hivyo wao tayari wako na bima na inawashughulikia yale shida yote wamekuwa nayo. So kwa hivyo haina uhusiano na SWA na sisi wenyewe kwa sababu ni biashara ya kibinafsi. Lakini ilikuja kuwashukuru.
The ongoing heavy rains, which have inflicted widespread damage nationwide, severely affected Jomo Kenyatta International Airport on Saturday. Leaking roofs halted operations at Terminal 1C, serving international airlines such as Qatar, Lufthansa, Ethiopia, Turkish, and Rwanda. Ben Kirui, Citizen TV.
Honourable members, consequently, I find that the proposed motion by the member for Bumula meets the requirements of Article 152 of the Constitution and Standing Order 66 as to form and the threshold required for a member to move a motion for dismissal of a cabinet secretary. The conduct of the cabinet secretary of storming into the manufacturing plants and purporting to be revoking licenses without conducting investigations amounts to gross misconduct. Insofar as a state officer, he has failed to demonstrate professionalism in carrying out duties of the office and in a manner that maintains public confidence in the integrity of the office, manner contrary to Section 11A of the Leadership and Integrity Act, Cap 185C. That the conduct of the Cabinet Secretary of approving procurement and distribution of fake fertilizer insofar as a state officer, he has failed to exercise public trust in the best interest of the people of Kenya amounts to gross misconduct, contrary to Section 8 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, Cap 185C. Honourable members, in view of the foregoing, I find that the proposed special motion meets the applicable procedural requirements for it to be admitted to the next stage. Order. Order. You can cheer after I finish my ruling. Those foot thumpings are an interruption. In this regard, honourable members, as with a light touch, I note that
why is it that the richest continent on earth, the go-to place for the world, is painted as the poorest? And I am not going to mince my words. The truth of the matter is the world needs Africa. Africa does not need the world. We have everything we need on earth. We could paralyze the world economies. Take a simple thing. Like we decide DRC can no longer export its coltan. That alone can paralyze the world. So rather than us Africans concentrating on the issues that matter, concentrating on issues that we need to take home, like telling France that 500 billion you're taking out of Africa every year, no more. France needs to be the third world developing country, not Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We call it a day there. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of the success of the program. Let's link up again in the next show. Please, let's keep sharing the video with everybody in our life so that they can also profit from what we shared. I really salute each one of you. Please, let's keep the conversation going. Remember, Operation Okoa Kenya inaendelea na kila mmoja aingie katika hiyo spirit ili tukakomboe inji mara moja. Judith Okemwa, karibu, asante sana. George Mugambi, asante sana. Kuna Amos Otieno anasema serikali ya maharamia, asante sana. Nashukuru tu kwa kila mmoja. Kuna PK pale, Njiru of course, asante sana. Mzee wetu Michael Ngige, asante kwa kuwa sehemu ya kipindi cha leo. Resilient, asante sana. House of Heru, asante sana. Naomba tafadhali tusikwamie hapo. Kuna Nyangao Nyakundi, thank you so much. Of course, Esther Kabiru, asante sana kwa kuwa sehemu ya kipindi cha leo. Grace Saita, asante. Press J, asante sana. Washington Okech, asante sana. Nashukuru tu sana. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike, tuendeleze ukombozi wa nchi hii kwa sababu ni muhimu. Vizazi vijavyo vinatutegemea. Kama kutakuwa na Kenya, itakuwa kwa sababu wewe umesimama kidede ukasema haya ambayo hayafai, hayakubaliki kuendelezwa katika nchi yetu. Mungu awabariki, tukutane tutakapokutana.
Talk sasa imeboreshwa zaidi. Kila siku ya wiki asubuhi tunapambazuka na maabudu na sifa kwenye kipindi cha. Baadaye tunakuletea mahojiano ya moja kwa moja kwenye one-on-one show.
Kwanza tuanze kwa mtazamo kwamba umeona vile hali ilivyo.
The age that we are living in, so many things are happening.
Alafu nakuletea taarifa zinavyojipuka siku hiyo zikiwa ange kwenye in the news headlines. Kisha tunaingia bungeni kutazama wabunge na kusikiliza tuliowaleta kupeleka bungeni iwapo iko imara.
Mr. Speaker,
they should not be given an opportunity to be in those committees.
Who told the people to close the business?
Kisha baadaye usiku kuinaangana kwenye udadavusi kamili. Open Forum Political Show.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show.
Fanya akitujue tumepata the right person.
In churches, in funerals, come up and say, oh, it's our turn.
Sasa sound candy check imekamilika.